Hello, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can anyone hear me? Everyone can hear me? If you can just confirm it for me. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing? I changed the size around a bit of the chat and my camera and everything. If you can just confirm if my voice is coming through of the chat and my camera. I think so, it's coming through. Hopefully the background music is not too loud. Sneaks in. Hi, Intrigued. How you doing? Thank you for coming around. Audio, my audio is a bit low. Okay, I can see if I can make it louder. Yeah, good idea, Athens. Got some sleep after this. Yeah. Why is my volume always so low? I don't get it. Let me see if I can look at the properties. And YouTube bugged itself again. Really? YouTube bugged itself? Might be on your end. It looks fine for me. Hi MP, hi Jack, how you doing? My voice is low, really? Damn. Might be on your end. It looks fine for me. Hi MP, hi Jack, how microphone is to the max. My voice is low, really? Damn. Might be on your end. It looks fine. So yeah, so we are back again for another episode of Steve Smackdown because we couldn't finish it last time. Because Steve was just rambling on and I was getting tired, so I decided to call it quits and cover it again today. So I made a commitment, so I decided I'll follow through, even though I moved it 2 hours ahead. Sorry, guys, but had to do that because it's still Friday for me, and yeah, it's on Fridays. It gets a bit chaotic if I have to stream, but Chesh has been very nice, and she has moved the Dumpfake Friday further, so I should get some sleep before we go for that round of another SmackDown. So yeah. Oh, it's 9 a.m. for you. Not bad, not bad. So it's Friday, is it, for you, Athens? If I'm not wrong? I really hope. I don't know what else I can do about my voice at the moment. Hopefully it's better for you now, Intrigued, if since maybe I need to talk louder, I guess. Hopefully you can hear me. So yeah, so where we left last time. Last time we we saw that Steve was just rambling on and he presented no links, no articles, nothing. And he just skimmed over some tweets and made claims without reading through what actually was in the tweets, like we have here on the screen. There's a tweet on the screen with several screenshots. He never read through it. So we don't know what he's talking about. And he did that a lot last time we went through in the last segment that we saw. Not better, but I upped my own hearing aid again by 15 decibel? You needed to go up 15 decibel? Oh my god, Intrigued. I feel bad. Yeah, I am ahead of everyone, if I'm not wrong. I am. Uh, Rez and I, yeah, we are ahead of everyone. And now you sound normal with those extra 15 decibels. Okay, that's great. Alright, alright. Sorry that you had to up your hearing aid, sound. 15 decibel is a lot, guys. People don't realize. People think that, you know, exposure to loud music over short durations doesn't hurt your ears. It does, actually. If you go above 85 decibels, industrial standard is 85 decibels over 8 hours. That's the standard. But if you go above that, the number of hours start decreasing. And if I'm not wrong, exponentially. So yeah, be careful of how high you are listening with your headphones, your hearing aids, anything, because yeah, they can harm your ears. The hearing in my left ear is just on the line. It's still there, but it's just on the line. Why? Because when I was in uni, I used to be stressed out. As I have said, told before everyone, I used to be depressed, anxious, stressed. So I used to listen to music at high volume, and that really messed up my hearing, especially with my left ear. My right ear is fine. Logarithm is a PITA to understand. Yes, logarithms. Yeah, they are another beast in themselves. They're cute. I find them cute. A Windy from the live chat. I absolutely destroyed my hearing in my 20s going to dubstep shows with no ear protection. Ooh, yeah. Intrigue Feline from the live chat. From 1 to 10 decibel is 10 times. From 1 to 20 is 100. And 1 to 30 it's 1000 times, etc. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something on that on that line of calculation. All right. So coming back, we are here for part two. Hopefully it doesn't take long today. I'll just bring up my notes so we can start. And let me just tell you, yeah, as I was typing, yeah, my notes just, yeah. I had to stop myself. I had to tell myself off. Stop doing it. So yeah. All right. So we left off around 4156 mark, if I'm not wrong, and I think so. He was talking about at that time about Arctic frost, around spying on senators, and how is this not traitorous or treasonous, right? So there's misinterpretation and false equivalence going on here. So let's just listen to him for a minute, and then I will expand on what's like, how it's misrepresentation and false equivocation, and I'll point out other fallacies also, and if I can, I will debunk and present facts.
This investigation unleashed unchecked government power at the highest level. My oversight will continue. Yeah, what they did was illegal. People are talking about fascism. How is it not fascist to spy on your political opponent? To spy on sitting senators? If that's not the peak of fascism, what you expect. But Democrats silence on it. They're absolutely silent on it. Why?
Hold on, Athens.
No proof of this.
You listen to metal music at full volume? Wow. Damn. Oh wow. I can't do that. My ears, I just get a poke in my eardrum when I do that now. So yeah, good on you, dude. Seriously. What are you doing?
This. We have the documentations that show that they signed off on this. So can somebody tell me how this is not traitorous? This is not treason to spy on your political opponents, to spy on sitting senators? Make it make sense to me.
I can make it sense for you, Steve. All right. So what you're doing is you're doing misrepresentation and false equivalence here, right? The widely circulated Arctic frost, quote unquote, the talking point that it refers to the taskings to review lawfully obtained phone metadata, right? In a national security context, not secret wiretaps of senators, actual reporting, right? And you know, they show phone records and other data can be obtained under statutory authorities with court processes. Wiretapping is not equal to obtaining call detail records. All right, and this Hawley's wiretap senator line was explicitly rejected by the Department of Justice and another body. Hold on, let me find out. By the Office of Director of National Intelligence. Both of them, ODNI and your Department of Justice, they explicitly rejected that there was any wiretapping happening. Right? The letter at issue said no Title II wiretaps of members of Congress, and that queries concerned targeted records, not live interception. There was nothing like that. I've got the links here, if I might bring that up. Let me see. Global Agency for Global Media. This is facts about Schmidtman modernization, the US Agency for Global Media, blah, blah, blah. Right? So that's what it's talking about here. And then there's another one. Here's my other source. National Bureau of Economic Research, right? So this is where I'm getting my points from. I'm not just sitting there willy-nilly and just like spitting shit out of my mouth. Yeah. And that's what Steve is doing. And so there's like what he's doing is that he's treating an oversight statement or document as a receipt of conclusive proof of illegality. That's what he's doing. He's saying that, oh, there was an oversight statement or document, and that is a conclusive proof that there was something illegal going on. When we have nothing of that sort, right? Hi everyone. Hi Babaton and Cajun Crustacean. Uh, Cajun Crustacean from live chat. My hearing is shit in 1 year from heavy metal, but that's more to do with being a professional machinist than my music. Yeah. Borg Emporia 2026. This is not Chesh. Where's Chesh? I has taken over. The takeover is complete. Wah 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 wah. I'm the Melon Lord. El Capone's one mall. Steve McRae still alive. Dang. Yeah, no man. Isn't it so surprising? um. So yeah. So and then he's also trying to say that, like, that spying on opponents is somehow treasonous. That's again what he's trying to do here, is he's trying to appeal to emotion, right? And false definition. He accuses his opposition or people who criticize him of indulging in, emotions and appealing to emotions, but that's what he's doing here. So Steve, I hope this is making sense to you, that how flawed your rhetoric and your thinking and your logic is. There's no logic actually. Yes, yes. So Chesh gave me the channel for SEO reasons. Wink, wink. So yeah, so the treason like term, it has a very narrow constitutional definition in American Constitution, right? Political surveillance, even if it is wrong, is not automatically treason. So Steve is just trying to generate outrage and emotion and trying to weaponize that over here. He thinks all this weaponization of outrage and emotion will get him views and clicks. That's not how it works. People like to listen to logic, Steve. They don't like outrage, right? Yeah, you saw what you did there? What I did there? Intrigue? uh, the goblin is still asleep. She'll be awake soon. She can wake up. I'm not saying. She can't. She can wake up, but I'm just telling everyone. She gave me the channel for SEO reasons. So yeah. So yeah. So treason is a legal term limited to living war against the U.S. or aiding its enemies, right? Lawfully obtained records with court oversight is not treason. That's not what treason is, right? No credible source alleges treason tried to quote unquote Arctic frost. The fallacy, there's more fallacy here, which is called slippery slope. Um, where we'll see, he talks about peak fascism and stuff, right? And then he talks about metadata and wiretap also. We'll see also that further. But we can see here what he's trying to do here. But and the thing is that he doesn't bring up any sources. That's my main contention with this guy, right? Mandle Shatis, is that you?
All right, so real quick, John says Trump is angry and petty with those people who are doing what only the voters wanted them to do, their jobs. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. I've never seen Trump.
Again, this is from argument from ignorance. Like, if I don't know, so it didn't happen. You know, it's fucking
Get
ridiculous.
angry nor be petty. In fact, I think he probably needs to get angry more. I think Trump is restrained. I think he's mellow.
Again, appealing to emotion, out trying to weaponize outrage. That's what he's trying to do, right? Um, a factual question of temperament is always subjective, if I might dare say, right? Um, but public records do show that he makes angry and petty statements. He's made that against Kamala Harris, Ilhan Omar, and even the New York mayor Mamdani. He's made it against him and AOC, right? He has made those petty statements. So just to dismiss it and say because you haven't seen it, Steve, that therefore it didn't happen is absolutely ridiculous. Like, he went after Hillary Clinton and made petty statements. So what world are you living in, Steve? Get out of your house. Get some. I don't think so. You get out of your house anymore. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see what you did there. Now I see what you did there. Intrigued. Uh huh. Uh huh. So yeah, this is anecdotal fallacy. That's also what it is. It's argument from ignorance. It's anecdotal fallacy. It's like he's using his personal experience as a universal proof, when there's actually someone else who's saying otherwise in his own live chat, right? Personal observation can't generalize to character or conduct, right? At large. So Steve, if Trump and RFK says to stop washing your hands, drink your pee, and don't wipe and wash your poo to build up your immune system, would you do it? Oh my God, I don't know if maybe when Trump said to like inject bleach, maybe that's what he did in his brain to get rid of the whole concussion that he had when he ate shit outside Applebee's. Maybe that's what he did, and maybe that's why his brain is so fried now that he can't make sense of anything, right?
I absolutely agree with everything Trump has been saying about going after these people that violated the oath of office, that weaponized the Department of Justice, that weaponized the FBI. It wasn't Trump weaponizing anything. Trump is wanting to hold people accountable for them weaponizing the DOJ, FBI, CIA, NSA.
Oh wow, so many?
And the fact that the liberals have been able to try to spin this is insane.
Please explain to us how they spinned it. Please.
It's because CNN and MSNBC has been brainwashing people to believe
How?
the most bullshit stuff. It's absolutely mind blowing to watch in real time people buy into this bullshit that Trump's the bad guy here. I absolutely and categorically denounce these people that refuse to address the topic, but will only slander Trump because, again, I don't care about your personal views about the man.
You have personal views. You are emotional about this. It's clearly, you know, it's really clear that you are emotional about this topic. But you dismiss other people's emotion while you're emotional yourself, while you weaponize and appeal to emotion yourself. Like,
Show me the evidence.
show you
Why
the
was
evidence. The thing is that Steve, you are the one who's making all these claims that they made the Trump the bad guy, they spun it around, they misused the government agencies. You have been making all these, claims. Why don't you first show some example or some proof or some citation, if I might dare say, right? Where's that thing? Citation needed? Maybe show some proof or citations for your claims, and maybe then talk about it. There's also something almost subtly a straw man fallacy going on here, right? He's building false straw man that the liberals spun it, the agencies were weaponized by the government, the then present government, and blah blah blah. And then he's trying to bring down that strawman by saying, "Oh, there's no proof that Trump did anything wrong." So it's like there's so many things going on, and I don't get it. When did Steve become so bad at logic and rhetoric? I don't get it. What happened here to you, Steve? I think maybe I took Steve for granted and I thought that he was at some level had some you know intellectual prowess of some sort when he wasn't. All he did was like speak complex words and everybody or new words, you know, and people thought, maybe even I thought that he had something in his brains when he didn't, right? Babatone, Babatone, personal views. What the fuck is that? Yeah, right. Um, Red Cedar, sandwich guys was acquitted. Sandwich guy? The guy who threw sandwich? he was a, he got acquitted. Acquitted. That means he was let go, right? If I'm not wrong. I think so. That's what happened. Um, so yeah, and this whole thing, there are investigations in agencies and their conduct, right? They exist. Sorry. For example, Durham report. There's a Durham report that's present, right? Um, but that report did not conclude a government conspiracy to frame Trump. There was nothing like that. It did criticize FBI procedures, yes, but there was no treasonous plot that was highlighted. Nothing like that. Oversight reports are not proof of sedition or treason, Steve. You're so lazy, dude. You're so fucking lazy. Oh my god, I'm doing the work for you. Why is it that I am doing the work for you? Holy shit. Right? Blah blah blah. Check Grassley. Excuse Biden administration. Blah blah blah. This is just accusation. Hold on. Let me just see. Open source, a 4-page memo. Yeah, that we saw that. And then oh way. When you provide investigative material, special counsel, blah blah blah. And then for us inspired on duly elected members of Congress. We have to yet to learn any prediction of the Biden issuing subpoenas to obtain these cell phones. Total analysis of the phones could have shown who each member was calling or texting, blah blah blah. So Arctic Frost, that's not the one. Where's my Durham report one? Hold on. Let's see. Durham report. There we go. So that was way back in 1839, right? But what I'm trying to show you is that this Durham Special Counsel investigation, began in 2019 when the U.S. Justice Department designated federal prosecutor John Durham to review the origins of FBI, blah blah blah, investigation into blah blah blah, and then conviction of FBI attorney Kevin Kleinsmith. The New York Times and Washington Post reported that Durham's inquiry had been elevated to a criminal investigation, raising concern of politicization of Justice Department. So this was elevated to the criminal investigation. Yeah, Justice Department Inspector General had made a criminal referral to Durham regarding Kevin Kleinsmith. So this is criminal. There's nothing treasonous over here or nothing seditious, right? They can't. Treason refers to if you're helping your enemies. Internal surveillance can be criminal, yes, but there's nothing treasonous or seditious about it. So Steve, as usual, he's just like pulling shit out of the where the sun don't shine on his body, just like that, right? Acquittal of Michael Sussman. On September 16, 2021, Durham indicted Michael Sussman, a partner in the law firm. Allegedly, he falsely told FBI General Counsel James Berger during blah 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 that he was not representing a client for the discussion. Durham alleged Sussman was actually representing a U.S. technology industry executive. So yeah, so there were breaks, right? And those have been highlighted here. But that's not treason nor sedition. So Steve, get your head out of your fucking asshole. My headset took over my volume. LOL. Hi Jessica, how you doing? Um, Babaton, I need to look at fresh news. Last time I checked, it was that they filed to get him indicted several times. Who are you talking about? Trump? Is it? Or someone else? Titan Uranus official. If Steve sees someone in an inflatable frog costume, he will pee himself. Hi. Hello. So yeah, so this is all so stupid. He's cherry picking, right? He's straw manning, and then he's also moving goalposts, right? That's what he's also doing. And then there's also circular reasoning going on over here. He's assuming the conclusion within the premise, repeating the claim as evidence when he's not presenting anything. At least I'm going around here and trying to find out what actually happened, right? I'm looking for shit. He doesn't even do that. He doesn't even open a tab, an extra tab, to go and see what actually happened. I am doing that. Oh, the sandwich guy. 13 times? Really? Wow. If Steve were to look at a frog, he'll say he was Athens. So yeah, so Steve, you wanted someone to make it sense to you. Here I am making it sense for you. Hopefully you learned something from it. I doubt it, but hopefully.
Is it okay for them to authorize?
So if maggots like Steve didn't have double standards, they would have no standards at all. I don't disagree with you on that. So was it okay? Why was it okay for them to authorize
under Arctic Frost to wiretap or get the metadata
Okay, was it wiretap or was it metadata? Because they are two very different things, Steve. Right? And if I'm not wrong, it was just metadata, not wiretapping. There was no interception of live calls. There was no live interception happening. So where are you getting this bullshit from? God dang. This guy is so stupid.
For these phones. And by the way, interesting fact, these metadata, the carriers have nothing to do with it. The carriers are not, the data belongs to the state, the government. Everything is isolated. The going to the carrier to get this information is unheard of, because the government has a proprietary system that when these senators talk to each other, it's all, internalized. All that metadata is by the state.
No, that's not how it works. Steve, oh my god. So I have to do the homework for him again. Seriously. He could have gone and he could have found it out, himself. But and he's supposed to be someone who's done, like, studied nuclear engineering and all that bullshit, right? That's what he has done. That's not what it is at all. Like, he's claiming that the government owns metadata and going to carriers is unheard of. That's backwards actually. The carriers hold the CDRs, right? Or which and they're called, what are CDRs called? Hold on, let me just find out for you before I forget. Um, 1 second. Where are my notes? Where are my notes? There we go. Yeah, so call detail record, right? So if you need a call detail record, you have to go to the carriers. They hold the CDRs, the call detail records. The government must go to them with legal process. For example, subpoenas. You fucking idiot. The NSA's CDR program was shut down in 2019. Freedom Act left data with carriers. Going to carriers is the fucking norm in your own fucking country. Steve, what the fuck is going on with you? Where are you getting this information from? Oh my god. This is so stupid. Retention, Legal Information Institute, Cornell Law School, retention of telephone toll records. Each carrier that offers or bills toll telephone service shall retain for a period of 18 months such records as are necessary to provide the following billing information about telephone toll calls: the name, address, telephone number of the caller, telephone number called, date, time, length of call. Each carrier shall retain this information for toll calls that it bills, whether it is billing its own toll service customers for toll calls or billing customers for another carrier. I Here we go. I'll put it in the live chat for you guys. Like, I just, it's so stupid. Yeah, he's getting his, yeah, you're right, Jessica. He's getting his information from bots. Here you go. Steve, I am not American, and I know better to go around and look for stuff. Electronic Code of Federal Regulations, Titles 47, Telecommunication, Chapter 1, Federal Communications Commission, Common Carrier Services, Preservation of Records of Common Communication Carriers, Part 42. Here we go. Scope of regulations, designation of supervisory official, protection and storage of records, retention of toll records, public availability of information concerning inter-exchange services. Boy, oh boy, it's so easy to, like, just smack him around. It's so fucking easy. Like, what the fuck? Report on the NSA's call detail records program under the USA Freedom Act. Here you fucking go. Anyone wants to watch this, they can. They can read it. He's hoping for some of that Sweet Putin money. It's too late for that sweet, pure, like Putin money. Stupid. There you go. NSA acquired landline and wireless phone calls records under the USA Freedom Act. NSA used the CDR program in response to a terrorist attack or known terrorist threat. Like, I'm not afraid to go out and look for stuff, Steve. You apparently are.
The government, the carriers shouldn't even be involved with it. But
Dude, that's what subpoenas are for. They go to the carriers and they subpoena them and they ask for the records. What the fuck are you talking about? God. This whole thing that the state owns the metadata, or the government, or federal government owns the metadata, it's completely false.
Arctic Frost investigation knew they couldn't get it internally, so they looked to go get it from the external sources, which was beyond.
Like what? Which external sources? Citation needed. Here we go. Citation needed, Steve. From which external sources? Please explain it to us. Because I just explained it, how they actually got it. You don't seem to have any idea what the fuck you're talking about. Jessica from the live chat, imagine looking things up, lol, right? Imagine that. Far out. Like, look, I've got another reference over here. Here you go. NSA shuttered the call detail records program, so too must Congress. Here you go. So, like, bruh. Anyone interested in reading this, they can read this too. Here you go. Like, hello, morning. So yeah. Why is it so easy to like smack him around? Seriously. So what Steve is doing here is he's appealing to incredulity here. And then he's saying something is false because it seems unbelievable to him. And labels a technical practice unheard of as grounds to doubt lawfulness. He hasn't done his research, so this is kind of an argument. It's appeal to incredulity and argument from ignorance also at the same time, if I'm not wrong. He doesn't know, he's lazy to do his research, so it doesn't exist. So it's not lawful. But he just said that they went through external sources to get it. So it kind of seems like it was still lawful, Steve. If you have problems with how it was done, you can talk about that. The channels that were used, yeah. Or why it was used, yeah. But to then just like weaponize it and say that, it's treasonous or seditious, that's going too far, in my opinion. That's just appealing to emotion. That's all you're doing here, and trying to incite outrage, hoping you would get those outrage clicks. And you're not getting them, which is good, in my opinion.
Abnormal. That's unheard of. Nobody's done that before.
Because Steve didn't do his research, he doesn't know it, so it never happened.
Paul says, I truly believe Trump is in the right. Me too. There's so much evidence that the media is colluding with the Democrats. Oh, it's Operation Mockingbird, which started
we will talk about Mockingbird too in a minute, yeah.
Decades ago with the CIA. That's in full effect, where they've recruited about 400 journalists to try to propagandize people.
So the Operation Mockingbird, there was a church committee that documented some CIA relationships with journalists in the Cold War. The 400, that wasn't Cold War. Like, dude, we are in 2025, not in Cold War. There's nothing substantiated. I didn't find anything substantiating any present day Mockingbird around that Operation Mockingbird today. In present day, nothing. Yep, conspiracy, citation needed. Conspiracy theories are dismissed. Athens is right. That's what he said. Athens said from the live chat. Citation needed. Conspiracy theories are dismissed. He's just sitting there and just like regurgitating all this bullshit. What the fuck?
Absolutely in full in effect. Also, the Smith Month Monetization Act that was in, was it 2012 or was it 12 or 16? I think it was 2012.
It was 2012, Steve. Let me confirm it for you. Yeah?
Smith Month Monetization of 2012, I think it was. But that's when Obama changed where.
So the Smith Mund 2012, right? The modernization, whatever he's talking, not the modernization. Yeah, the modernization. The update allows domestic access to U.S. government-produced public diplomacy content on request. Hi, my unfinished song. How you doing? So it allows to U.S. government produce public diplomacy content, and that too upon request. It did not legalize domestic propaganda by private media. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just like I don't know where he's like is he on I don't know, is he on some like dark web something shit? Like because the recent consequences of trade war and trade no, not this one, sorry. Uh Mockingbird, is that the one or is this the one? Yeah, here it is. The Schmidt-Munn Act. This is the one. Sorry, I mixed my resources up for a minute there. For over 60 years, the Schmidt-Munn Act prohibited U.S. Department of State and Broadcasting Board of Governors from disseminating government-produced programming within the United States over fears that these agencies would propagandize the American people. However, in 2013, Congress abolished the domestic dissemination ban, which has led to a heated debate about the role of the federal government in free public discourse. Although the 2013 repeal of the domestic dissemination ban promotes greater government transparency and may help counter anti-American sentiment at home, it also gives the federal government great power to covertly influence public opinion. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Here we go. Enjoy. I'm providing my sources. Steve has provided jack shit.
The mainstream media can now use foreign propaganda as news sources.
It says it's the U.S. stuff, the U.S. government produced public diplomacy content. That's what it talks about. Government produced programming. That's what it says, Steve. Look, 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 look. Look, guys, look, look. He cannot read, can he? He can't read. Steve cannot read. And I'm doing the job for him. Debunking everything, debunking the misinformation, providing the correct information here.
That allowed them to lie to the American people, to propagandize them.
The concern about propagandization of people is correct. But what Steve is misrepresenting here is, or he has misunderstood here is, that it's about, sources to lie about sources that allowed them to lie about American people. If we go back to try to propagandize, if I go.
So they look at. There's so much started to try Smith Month Monetization Act. Was it that was a Smith Month? The mainstream media can now use foreign propaganda as news sources.
That's not what it is. It's government produced stuff. Your own government produced stuff for diplomacy issues. So Steve misunderstood that entirely and just ran with it. And I'm giving him charity here because I think he's an idiot, so he misunderstood it. He doesn't understand English. Sovnil from the live chat, it also gives the federal government, they always did. Yeah, the federal government always did. They have had several oversight powers. I know that as a person living in Australia, an Indian who who's a New Zealander living in Australia. I know that. Jessica Johnson from the live chat. Does Steve not realize that he gives moderates a bad name? He claims to he knew, but talks like a far right freak. He has changed it. He says he's a centrist now. That's what he says. Or moderate right. That's what he says. Now that's what he is. But we don't know how far right he is because we don't know any of his standings on any of the policies of the right or conservatives even. So yeah. Wendy from the live chat, and this is why political science needs to be core curriculum in schools. Yes. Yes. Steve, my unfinished song. Steve, the US is foreign. Yeah, so like he completely misunderstood it, right?
That allowed them to lie to the American people, to propagandize them.
And he's being very, very, what do you say, uncharitable towards the American media. He's saying, oh, they are allowed to lie to people. Really? Are they? Where does it say explicitly that they can lie or they can use this to lie to people? So that means Fox News can also lie, right, Steve? According to that. But somehow Fox News doesn't lie, but every other mainstream media lies. Uh-huh. Got it. Jessica Johnson from the live chat. Well, I know how far right he is. He sounds like me back when I was a fascist. Ooh. That takes guts to admit that you were a fascist once. Good on you, I guess. And good on you for changing your views. It takes a lot of work to do that. Yeah, and courage actually. So yeah, good on you. My unfinished song from the live chat. Steve is now a sovereign citizen of Stevelandia, which makes the U.S. a foreign country. Oh God.
95% of what you hear on CNN and MSNBC is absolute bullshit. It's Orwellian level bullshit. In fact, 95 to 100% of what they put out is anti-Trump. That's not news. That's not news. If you cannot see that, then you're a fucking idiot. If you cannot see...
Oh yeah, if you don't agree with me, then you're a fucking idiot. That's what Steve is saying, basically. So someone in the live chat when they said, "Oh, Trump is angry and he's vindictive," Steve is calling them an idiot just for disagreeing with him.
that CNN and MSNBC spin everything to be anti-Trump.
Steve, if you are saying that the others cannot see it, why not you demonstrate it? That how MSNBC and CNN are spinning everything in to be anti-Trump. Demonstrate it again. Here we go. Citation needed. Remember this famous GIF? Yeah? Citation needed? Here we go. Citation needed. Please provide us with citations. Would love to see citations. But you don't demonstrate anything. You just state things. Just because you state things doesn't make them true. Lorf 982 from the live chat. Even if he is moderate / centrist for the rest of the planet, he would be considered right wing. Sure. Jessica Johnson. He does sound like what? Soviet LMAO. Suvnil, Fox is allowed to lie to the right. Intric Feline, hold up. What about when the right-wing media outlets were lambasting Biden when he put out the Thanksgiving that Thanksgiving was a mere 16 cents cheaper than the year before? Like for what items? Like for like items? Yet now it is awfully quiet when Trump is outright lying about this year's Thanksgiving compared to last year. Sable Eagle, oh hi, hi, yeah. He's just sitting there and just lying his ass off. Like he's not demonstrating anything. He's not showing any comparison because he knows that he will look like an idiot if he does that. Simple as that. So yeah.
Trump, regardless of what he does, you're a moron. And again, that's not news. That's propaganda.
What's propaganda? Again, building up a straw man and then beating it down without presenting anything. Right? Against this whole straw man of like, oh, the MSNBC and the CNN, they, spin and everything into anti-Trump, and then he's beating it down. That's propaganda. Demonstrate nothing for either of those claims. Right? Sable Eagle from the live chat. I missed the start. I was busy trying to plant cuttings. Cuttings? Yeah. The plant hasn't stopped flowering yet, and it's still sweaty hot. But what am I going to do? Wait until Christmas? You gotta do what you gotta do. Sovereign citizen. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got it. Sovcit. Okay. Sorry, sorry. I didn't realize that. I'm bad at abbreviations sometimes. All right. So this whole like 95% and 95 to 100% like anti-Trump, this whole thing is a made-up statistic. Number one, we know that. Content analysis show that negative positive skews across outlets. There's always, up and down, right? But not a verified 95 to 100% figure. He needs to show us. I wish I had that like show like tell Elmo thing that Chesh uses, right? And moreover, right-leaning outlets skew the other way. That's how partisan media works. Fallacies over here that he's committing, overgeneralization, unsupported statistics, conspiracy leap like Athens said. And I would add to that strawman. I would say that. Using exact sounding numbers without basis and making sweeping claims and presenting invented ranges to bolster a blanketed judgment. Intrigue feline from the live chat, and even if it was anti-Trump, is it wrong though? Should they not report on things that is true just because it is anti-Trump? That is a very good point. That's what I'm saying. Steve has to demonstrate that they are doing it in a malicious way, or it's untrue, or they're even spinning it in anti-Trump way. Show something, right? And then again, like Intrigue said, demonstrate us why is it wrong. But he's not doing that. It's just surface level. Everything is just surface level with him. Not even surface level. He's floating in the air. Under the force of his own farts. Jessica Johnson. Well, Trump is a god. He can do no wrong, right?
He also goes to say, I believe wholeheartedly that Trump is in the right side of history. 100%. We have the evidence. We have
100%.
We have the evidence for all this stuff. Go look.
Read it.
Look at the ODNI press releases. Go look at
ODNI. Yeah, I just explained. What is ODNI, Steve? Please tell us. What is ODNI?
The ODNI DIGs. Go look at the Grassley reports. Go look at the Clinton Annex. Go look at the Durham Annex.
Explain anything like that? Anything? I just explained what the Durham report was. I explained who ODNI is. ODNI is the Office of Director of National Intelligence, right? And the ODNIG, sometimes what folks means as ODNI-DIGs, is refers to Intelligence Community Inspector General's house within the ODNI. There you go, Steve. I'm doing the job for you. Like,
we have the evidence that proves this. This is not just
show the evidence then. Just don't sit there and just like fucking screech or scream at the sky and wave your fist at it. Go look it up is a classic, right? At least I'm bringing it up and I'm putting it where in the live chat. There you go. Durham report. Steve. Go look it up is the most lazy ass thing and the dishonest thing to do in today's day and age when everything is available on the internet. With someone like you who has an internet connection. This fucking lazy piece of shit.
Yeah, there's some evidence. This is indisputable evidence.
Oh yeah, Steve said it, so it's indisputable. Yeah, right.
That they're using to go in front of grand juries, 2 of which have already convened. 2 more grand juries will be convened in January of 2026 in
Show us where that whole thing is and what it is about.
Southern Florida. Why? Because they raided Mar-a-Lago, which means that was the continuation of the crimes for the conspiracy, which means they could bring the case in Southern Florida, which is heavily
there we go with another conspiracy. Okay, starting with the ODNI and annexes, right? He's saying that these documents are indisputable evidence for grand juries, blah, blah, blah. What's wrong? ODNI and annexes, right? Public materials, ODNI releases, and Durham report that do not establish a treason plot. Nothing, right? Durham criticized the process. He secured no conspiracy convictions tied to framing Trump. Calling them indisputable misstates their content. So he's being just like dishonest over here at this point. And then the grand juries, January 2026 in South Florida. There's no reliable reporting that confirms 2 more grand juries will be convened in January 2026 on these theories. It reads all as speculation, fallacy, proof by assertion. So again, show us, Steve. That's what I said immediately as soon as he started talking about that there will be grand juries that will be convened in January of 2026. Where? Please show us. Where did he read it from? Even if he showed an article where it said I believe that article, I would have taken, okay, so Steve believed that, or maybe he should have looked further into it. He shows nothing. Fucking nothing. Right? Mexican orange blossom plant. That's nice. Supposed to need shelter and love to flower at all this far north. Flowering for the 3rd time this year. Oh, that's cool. That's nice.
Conservative over Washington, D.C., which is heavily.
They like appeal to prophecy. That's what this is, right? And if I bring this up, hold on. Is this the one? Spied on Centers. I think so. That's the same article before. Hold on. Nope. All right. So yeah, I couldn't find anything. So he's just going with appeal to prophecy, proof by assertion, right? Basing his arguments on some predictions that he cannot, show any citations or proof for. RNGD Gaming. Hey man, I know where he got it from. His what is that? The timing of that is nice one. Nice one, RNGD. Nice one. Oh my god. That was a good one. Promise rectum. Just like blandly as a matter of fact. Promise rectum.
Heavily liberal. That's where they screwed up. Had they not raided Mar-a-Lago trying to get those Crossfire hurricane documents, they probably would have gotten away with this.
Yeah, Steve, sitting there being a lawyer, and being a, Department of Justice like prosecutor, like, they would have probably gotten away with it. Nothing, no opinions from any lawyer or any judges, nothing like that. Just his rectum.
Because of statute of limitations and other factors. But they screwed up by raiding Mar-a-Lago, which was illegal. It was a continuation of the conspiracy.
Okay, number 1. Please show us how it was. Please explain us how it was illegal, right? There was a federal magistrate actually who approved the Mar-a-Lago warrant, right? If you're saying that was not proved legally, or there was some misinformation there that resulted in the approval of that warrant, please demonstrate it to us, explain it to us. But you don't, nothing like that. But what I'm telling you is that a federal magistrate approved the Mar-a-Lago warrant. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? Whether venue for any case attaches is SDFL is a legal question, not proven by declaration. There's no court holding that the search was illegal. Fallacy. He's begging the fucking question here. Yeah, if it was illegal, why hasn't anyone been arrested yet over it? He's just sitting there and just like yapping away. The fucking warrant was signed by a federal magistrate, so shut the fuck up, Steve. Just sitting there and just talking nonsense.
And it made it possible to bring these cases to grand juries, to bring charges.
Again, the same shit, the conspiracy theory of there will be a grand jury in the future. Yeah. Appeal to prophecy.
In Southern Florida.
Yeah, this doesn't even make sense logically. Yeah. Trump and his people had previously admitted the documents were there and agreed to return them, then failed to do so. Which is why the warrant was signed, exactly.
Florida, which again is heavily conservative. John says, Turning Point USA is not trustworthy, nor is Fox, nor is Newsmax. Okay, I don't believe you. What makes them untrustworthy? I mean, what makes...
So if people make claims, they have to present you evidence of it. They have to explain their belief to you, why they believe something, but you don't have to do that. You don't do it yourself.
Makes them not trustworthy. Now, again, you have to take the news with a grain of salt, regardless, whether it be Fox or anybody else. But I don't have an issue with Turning Point USA. I haven't seen them put anything.
You don't have an issue with Turning Point USA? Did I hear that right? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. What is turning point? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. He's a Phoenix-based American nonprofit with Charlie Kirk, founded in Charlie Kirk and Bill Montgomery. Okay, there we go. Oh, he doesn't have any problem with that. I get it. I get it. Yeah. Yep, they were continually asked to return the documents. RNGD Gaming from the live chat is saying they were continually asked to return the documents that were taken. They didn't, so a warrant was issued. Steve, Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om.
Thing that's untrustworthy. And again, I'm not Christian, so I don't follow their Christian beliefs. But
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Newsmax I like. I think Newsmax puts out pretty decent stuff.
Yep, yeah, sure.
But
Media, like, that's an empirical question whether you trust certain media outlets or not, right? Um, all the outlets that he's mentioning, they have, you know, published some correct and some false claims, you know, which are documented. You know, asking others to prove unworthiness, again, shifting of burden. That's all I have to say. Yeah.
what is it that makes them not reliable or trustworthy, as you say, John?
And
Who is this?
and also, like, it's special pleading plus ad hominem, right? He's applying different standards to allies versus critics, and he's attacking the person who's saying, I don't trust these outlets, right? He accepts friendly outlets uncritically while dismissing and while he dismisses critics by insult. We saw how he was talking about CNN and MSNBC without any proof, right?
Lenny says, please watch the actual speech of Reagan regarding tariffs. Absolutely. Yeah, go watch it. I did.
You did?
And
okay. Let's hear what you have to say about that.
What happened was they didn't put in the last 55 seconds of that speech. Did you watch the last 55 seconds? Because Reagan wasn't anti-tariff. In fact, Reagan believed in low tariff. He believed in the Fremont view of economics. Or the Friedman view of economics, which was to have low tariffs, but you have to have reciprocal tariffs. And he had tariffs for steel, semiconductors, and other things for infrastructure, critical things for infrastructure.
No, he had it for motorcycle, steel, yes, but they were both in 1983 and 1984.
Construction and building. But he absolutely had tariffs, because again, he put tariffs, I believe it was in 2003.
No, he didn't put them in 2003. This U.S.-Japan semiconductor agreement that happened in 1986, the 1983 motorcycle tariffs, they happened in 1983, yeah, and the steel quotas happened in 1984. Nothing happened in 2003. What the fuck you're talking about? Maybe he wanted to say 1983 and he just skipped a whole fucking century. Or yeah. So yeah, it's again, yeah. Um, Jessica is right. So Reagan didn't agree with what Trump was doing. Exactly. He like Steve said in his own language, he believed in low tariffs, not in high tariffs. No, this whole thing of being anti-tariff or being in favor of tariff is very, very oversimplification. Nobody's anti-tariff. Nobody's anti-tariff. It's all about how far you want to go. That's what the debate is about. You fucking baka. Steve. Titan Uranus official. The point isn't whether Reagan admin had some tariffs. It's that they should be last resort, not the go-to. Also, they are usually a temporary measure to correct an imbalance. Exactly. That's why they use tariffs against Russia. Right? They try to use them against India and China also. Um, that around the whole Ukraine war and stuff. Right? So I don't get it where he got 2003 from. That's totally wrong. And then Yeah, let's go further and see what he
for
has to say.
semiconductors. And then again, if I remember correctly, he had tariffs for steel. So no, Reagan did not say he was against tariffs. What happened was, again,
He had steel quotas. He didn't have steel tariffs. Let me just correct you, Steve. That was George W. Bush's steel tariffs. So he got everything wrong. Everything wrong. In my notes here it says Reagan's notable trade actions include 1983 motorcycle tariffs and 1984 steel quotas, not 2003. That was George W. Bush's steel tariffs. The US-Japan Semiconductor Agreement happened in 1986, concerned pricing slash market access, not a 2003 Reagan tariff. Brought to you by an Indian living in Australia. Oh, God. Yeah, it also depends on the type of the tariff. What type of product it is, what's the global positioning, the global economic market. Depends on a lot of factors, right? What's the international political climate, right? It also depends on that also, but that's the last thing, right? It should depend on.
he had a part where he was talking about tariffs being bad, but we need them, and we do
So he was talking about them being bad. You're adding it that we need them.
use them, and especially for reciprocal tariffs. We have had huge trade deficits because we're allowing other countries to have massive trade tariffs against us, but we didn't apply it to them.
For example, please, again, citation needed. Please give us an example. Hopefully it gives it. Maybe I stopped too soon. Please.
Right? And again, let me make this very clear because a lot of people don't understand this.
No, people understand this. Stop treating your audiences as if they're stupid. Alright? Stop treating your audience as if they're stupid, and stop treating your viewers or people who come to your channel as stupid. And stop being a condescending prick to them. Just saying. What the fucking... It's factually, like, wrong.
Importer pays the tariff, okay? Now, if we
No, that's fucking wrong. The importer doesn't pays the tariff. The importer, yeah, initially they pay the tariff, but then they pass it on to the consumer. You fucking idiot. Yeah, baka. Baka, 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 baka. Oh my god. And I haven't even like made 10 minutes. This is only 9 minutes. 8 minutes if I'm wrong. We've got another like what, how many minutes to go? Yeah, we've got another 25 minutes to go, guys. And I already done like 8 minutes. This is so stupid. Hello, yeah, mom. How you doing? You promise to behave? If you will behave, you can stay. If you don't, then I'll ask my friend, my moderators to kick you off. So just behave, all right? So he was right. The importer pays the tariffs. Initially, yes, the cost is always passed on to the consumer. That's the point, right?
we put a 30% tariff on China, or actually let's say 100%, the importer, which would be us, the businesses will pay that tariff.
Yeah, and
the reason we do that is because we don't want people buying from China, and if they do, we're going to make some money off of it. That business then has the ability to pass it on to the consumer.
Yeah.
One's called a statutory indices, and the other's called an economic indices. The statutory indices is what the actual tax is. That's paid by the importer. So when somebody says the taxpayer pays the...
No, but so you agree. So yeah, mom, he just said it, right? They pass it on to the consumers. Yeah, it's the company greed, but if the government is not checking that company greed, what's the point, right? Yeah, you're making money. You might make money, but who's paying for it in the end? The consumer, your voters, right? That's the main point. You got it. Good.
pays the tax. That's false. The importer pays the tax.
Yeah, nobody's talking about paying the tax. It's about the increase in price. the price of the commodity. It's always passed down to the consumer, and the government does not control that. Or if you can show us how the government controls that then I will eat my words, but you don't.
But they can pass it on to the consumer if they want to. But
Again, he's oversimplifying everything. Time zone appropriate greetings. Hey. Hello, Gillian Wren. Gillian Wren. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I don't know, Yamam, if there are cheaper options available, then one might think, yeah, but I don't think so. There are certain things that, don't have cheaper options available that are only available via other countries, right? It's not possible to get locally, there's not, you don't get locally procured things locally. For example, if I'm not wrong, mangoes, right? Not even bananas, if I'm not wrong. Bananas, like, if I'm not wrong, hold on. Um, does US locally grow bananas? Hold on. Does locally grow banana on a very limited scale compared to global consumption. Commercial banana cultivation is primarily concentrated in Hawaii and southern Florida, where the tropical and subtropical climates are suitable for growth. Now, Hawaii is the largest banana producer in the US, followed by Florida, which is the main exporter of bananas from the country. Hawaii produces approximately 4.7 million pounds of bananas, mainly blah blah blah. Covers 500 acres, values 2 million, with farmers focusing on Thai bananas, cooking bananas like the blah 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 blah. Despite these local efforts, the US does not grow enough bananas to meet domestic demand. Bananas, simple bananas. Just saying, right? So Yamam is saying, yeah, intrigue feline. For example, the car industry in the US is insufficient to supply the entire US, meaning cars needs to be imported. Bananas. I'm just saying bananas.
most people don't do that because they have competition. And that's what a free and fair marketplace is. And if you're going to pay more for
No, not for every product, Steve. That's not how it works. Not for every product. And not all US products are appreciated in the foreign market. For example, US beef. It's not because the standards are high. I was part of that industry for the last 4 years. I know that. New Zealand, Australia, they're one of the biggest exporters of beef to your South Asia. You know why? Because our standards are higher than your bloody standards in US. Yeah. Cars are bad for the environment, but trucks are also bad for the environment that are needed for the transport of all the goods across state lines. So, you know, we can debate about that all that. That is moving the goalpost. Actually, no, that's not. You are moving the goalpost by saying that they're bad for the environment. Um, so yeah, intrigue feline from the live chat. You asked a question about non-imported goods. You asked a question about, yep, yeah, do you want to have an honest discussion or not? If not, then, whatever.
buying it from China than you would from buying in America. Buy America, right?
Yeah, but if you don't have enough for America, where you're gonna go? You're gonna buy that's imported from another country. For example, your cars and your bananas.
Right? Because we want to give the jobs to Americans. We want to build up the American economy. We don't want these China.
And it also saying that most people don't pass the prices on. That what Steve said right now. It's contradicted by the data, right? It's like he's oversimplifying everything, right? And then you know he's using a term with multiple meanings to reducing, and he's reducing a complex topic here, right? And he's confusing statutory indices with economic indices, ignoring pass through, that's the pricing that's passed through to the consumers. That's what he's doing, right? So yeah, um, Biden is justified for article. Okay, that's not the one. Where is it? Where did you go? Where did you go? Is it this one? Mm, nope, not this one. Is it this one? Hold on. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the one. The U.S.-Japan semiconductor trade conflict. There you go. And then Reagan Library Proclamations 1983. So that's the old one, right? So totally getting economics wrong, right? History wrong, right? Everything wrong. Oh. No, the R slur is not acceptable on this channel. Nope, 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 nope. So yeah. Um. Oh yeah, Jessica. Oh yeah, Jessica knows that. They know that. Um. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a break, right? I'm gonna make some fresh tea for myself. Give me 2-3 minutes, and I'll be back. How about that? Yep, sounds good. In the meanwhile, what we could do is give me 1 second. Okay, let me just get rid of all these first. So many. Oh my god. Look, look, look. Look, guys, look. Oh my god. So much stuff. So what we're gonna do is, till I take a break. I think so we will be able to finish this today in record time, hopefully. um, let's see. Look, guys, look. Oh my god. Live. Here, watch this. Till I come back. There you go. You can say that this is the reason.
Tucker, maybe you should get a fact checker.
Hold on. System deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in. There we go. Watch this.
Taking self-awareness
Did I
has left
accidentally
the
a war?
building. But I really wanted to show this something, but definitely not. Definitely not. This one got me. So, you know how we got an update on Steve's definitely not girlfriend, definitely not wife. She definitely said maybe to something, but definitely not yes, but we don't know what the question was. So this is definitely him, definitely outside of Kano's house, which is also that's the person whose couch he's sleeping on. And I'm going to show you a couple things first. First, we are seeing the front of his house. Second, there's unit numbers.
Yeah.
That are visible that he is not covered. Also, it's the city and the where he lives. So I don't mean to be that guy, but maybe somebody should send him a pizza. Alright,
oh my God.
The next thing that I want to talk about is something that Jack talked about on his channel, and I recommend if you want a more in-depth analysis, go over there and check that out.
I noticed that too. I was just like,
but Manya also did this, so I'm just gonna zoom in for it. I'm just gonna zoom in. Guys. There's... Guys. Whose head is this?
I was...
What is going on?
If you go at the top, go up. Look at her right ear. What the fuck is happening with her right ear? She looks like an elf.
It's like fucking whacked out. Like, this is a whole other person's head. He just fucking slapped it in there.
Steve, how desperate are you? How fucking desperate are you? Oh my god. Was that your kid? Was that your kid and you just like cut paste like this woman on your fucking kid? Is that what you just did? I just
Oh,
want
it's
to know.
so fucking
Oh my
bad,
god.
dude.
Like,
It's
go down, go down, go down. Scroll down. Go to the bottom of the picture. I want to see. Oh yeah, there's no there's shadow. Any shadow? Okay, there's some shadow at the back I could see, or maybe that's just part of the
I don't
chair. I
know.
don't
It's
know.
kind of wacky. It's kind of like
He's wacky.
wigging out. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like so
Like,
stupid.
look at
Like, Steve,
this.
how desperate
Like,
are
that's
you?
so
Yeah.
weird. What is going on here?
I
This
think
is
so.
crazy.
There's a
Steve has no, he's got
light
a foot
coming
back
from.
there. There's one foot there.
Yeah, he's got one foot back there, but yeah, it's like. But I was just like, I saw those two like set of glasses, and I was just like, nani? I was like 1 and 2. What the fuck?
Well, one could be like glasses and one could be sunglasses, right?
For
Like
reading
that's
and
not
stuff. Yeah,
yeah, that's not well,
but
even
still.
sunglasses or glasses, right? Like having two sets
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
that weird, but like the fact that there's clearly the outline of a whole nother person's
Another.
head going on and their head is clearly
Yeah.
tilted in a different angle is fucking
Yeah.
cringe. Cringe, my guy. God, is this lady real? I'm not even convinced that this woman is real at this point.
Yeah, did he like cut paste her whole like just like her neck and her face? Because that's what it looks like. Because look at her fucking face and the angle with which it is with the neck.
Like
Look at the
versus
left
the
hand
neck.
side of the.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not
Look at
getting
the
into
fucking angle.
I'm not getting into hyper analyzing it, but like you can see
But
like the
I'm just
shadow
saying.
clearly here and then it like kind of goes
Yeah.
away. Like there's like a lot you could talk about, but like the double head,
Yeah.
the double top of the head is pretty fucking funny. I'm not going to lie. And like, we didn't even read what he said. What dumb thing did he say with this? I absolutely adore her. Can you blame me? I've fallen hard. Yeah, we believe that you really like your imaginary girlfriend, Steve. You made her up in your head. Of course you like her.
Yeah. Do you understand that she said might? She might say yes. Do you understand what the word might means?
Might. No, he doesn't.
Sorry, I'm back. Hello. So is my voice still quiet, is it? Let me just check my audio. If I can do something about it. I don't know what I can do about it, but um sample rate. Yeah, I don't think so I can do anything. Hold on. Let's see. Coding, nope. Stream, nope. Sources, nope. Okay. I don't know what else I can do. Sorry if I'm quiet. Yeah. Alright, moving on. Okay, thanks for adjusting your respective volumes, guys, because I don't know what I can do. I'm using OBS, so I don't know if, yeah, uh, Chesh has vMix, so she's able to manage the volumes more effectively. I am just, yeah. I, properties. Let's see if I can, advanced audio properties. Ah, okay, let's see if this works. Um, does this work? Is it louder? Loud enough? Or nah? Does that do anything? Louder now, yeah? Yeah, I was able to figure it out. You're enriched enough now. Earning 6 figures to get remix yourself. Sure, intrigued. I'll see. I'll see. I don't know how much it costs. I never looked into it, so um, we'll see.
Chinese ripoffs and these Chinese knockoffs coming in. So yes, reciprocal tariffs are very, very good, and they're bringing in trillions of dollars a year.
Yeah, and the consumers are paying for it. Just saying. Yeah, this seems better. Hold on, I can do more. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I can do more. There you go. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Is this better? Is this better? Much better? Right? Eh, nice. I figured it out. Hey, I figured stuff out, right? All right.
Lenny says yes, but he did lower tariffs for Canada. Well, again, there's reciprocity there, but now that Canada has done what they've done, we have all the leverage. See, let me explain how this has worked.
No, you don't have all the leverage, Steve. You don't. I don't know who the fuck gave you that idea. No country has all the leverage in the world. Like, oh my god. Like, this is so stupid. Intrigue feline from the live chat, bringing trillions over the back of Americans. Exactly. Gillian Wren, I sure do appreciate having my fixed income damaged by these stupid tariffs that are trying to solve an imaginary problem. Exactly. Smitty! Hey, Smitty! You build manufacturing first before tariffs and don't use arbitrary numbers and flat against an entire country. I don't know, was it flat or what? I don't know. Yeah, don't use arbitrary numbers against entire country. Yeah, exactly. Well, they had this case, right? There were people from Japan, I think so, South Korea, who were in U.S. training U.S. citizens in manufacturing, and a stupid woman called ICE on them, and they all went home. They said they want to stay in America because they don't feel safe. Congratulations, Steve. This is like rich coming from someone who's retired, who doesn't have a job, right? And is on benefits, and is sitting here and lecturing other people who are facing the consequences of these raised tariffs on, how that they should just get over it and realize how beneficial they are and how trillions of dollars are coming in the country, which are not, okay, you're getting trillions of dollars coming in, but are they getting transferred to the consumers? They're not. Are they getting transferred to the citizens? No. They're going in the pockets of the millionaires and billionaires. That's all that's happening. And also, like, I don't know if where it's going, where it's being used exactly, if it's coming in the country, like which branch of government is using it, because from what we know, what we can see, the government is in a shutdown because Republicans want to slash healthcare and SNAP benefits and everything. So where is that money going? Maybe because there's no money coming in, Steve. Can you not pirate VMix? Getting transferred to the CI budget? For what?
Works.
And how do you know that?
The globalists came in and they said, look, we want to have one.
Globalists now again, conspiracy theory. Globalists came in, like treating, people as a monolith. Globalist. Oh my god. Fucking baka.
Big love country. One big.
Also, like this whole thing of like a binary trade block ultimatum and all that. Okay, we'll talk about that. Let him just talk.
World.
Hold on.
Everybody loves each other. Everybody gets along. And they wanted.
No one said that. No one said that. It's like, I don't know whether citation needed. Again, please show us. Citation needed. Yeah. The CIA can't tell you. How convenient, isn't it? So yeah.
A system where there was.
Yeah. What's that a dog whistle for? Yeah.
Wars that were going.
Steve, intrigue feline from the live chat. Steve, isolationism has been tried in the U.S. by Wilson. Yeah, I've got an American nanner right here for just
going on that were making people profitable. Wars profitable. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. So they called them neocons at the time. John Bolton was a big neocon at the time. And they may have fabricated intel to get us started in various wars. I'm not going to get into that today because, again,
I'm just going to throw bullshit there and hope, to create some interest, but I'm not going to provide any citations. Yeah, okay.
The whole Iran-Contra, I haven't familiarized myself. we did get a lot of words that we probably didn't need.
Okay.
If you want to understand Trump, understand he's a businessman.
He's not even a businessman. All right? He went through bankruptcies. So he's not even a businessman. So forget it.
And he said, look, I want to do away with globalization. I want to decouple.
Where did he say that? Please. Again. Citation needed. Where did he say that? Because I don't think Sir Trump understands these terms. I don't think so. That's Trump has that intellectual prowess to talk like this. So, and yeah, intrigued. What did you give? Norwich.edu. What's that for? Isolationism and U.S. foreign policy after World War I. Seeds of isolationism. Beginning with George Washington's presidency, the United States sought a policy of isolationism and neutrality with regards to the internal affairs of other nations. Early American political leaders, blah, blah, blah. Upon re-election, Woodrow Wilson was resolute in staying out of war, even as a significant movement within the American government advocated for preparedness in the face of events that signified growing German international aggression, such as the sinking of the British ocean liner Lusitania by a German submarine, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so Wilson asked Congress for permission to enter the war and make the world safe for democracy by April 6th. The resolution was approved 1917. Okay, so U.S. just recently entered, in international affairs, if I might say, the League of Nations and blah blah blah. Tariffs. Following President Harding's victory in 1920, he and his Vice President Calvin Coolidge decided to focus more on domestic problems facing the United States, in contrast to Wilson's progressive agenda, which allowed the government to regulate big business. The new administration sought to empower businesses, decrease regulation, and cut taxes to enable them to grow, contribute more to domestic production. This was not surprising, given Harding's campaign promised less government in business and more business in government. Blah blah. The economic boom was facilitated by tariffs that were enacted to restrict the influx of imported goods. The thing is that these things might have been easier to implement at that time, but in today's day and age, with the advancements in technology, manufacturing, and everything, and the competition on global level, you just can't expect immediate results after posing tariffs. Like someone said from the live chat, you need to first, develop your domestic manufacturing and then ease out everything. You can't just like slam dunk everything. That never works. So yeah.
From China. I want to have what's called segmentation, where you have different groups of people deciding to trade with each other rather than one big global marketplace.
What? That's what happens at the global level. There are different groups of people who trade with each other. At international level, that's what happens. In the global marketplace, that's what happens. What the fuck are you going on about? Intrigue, what the fuck is he going on about? Huh?
And he got 30 big countries involved with that to trade with us. The EU, I believe, now has, and the UK has. But he says, look, you can either trade with us, you can trade with China, but you're not going to be trading with us both. So he's going to say, look, we're the powerhouse. We're making money. We have trillions of dollars in investments coming in. Do you want to trade with us, or do you want to trade with the other people?
Okay, so there's this claim of like a binary trade hawk. My pause game is on point. Look at my pause game on Steve's face. Right? This claim of like quote unquote trade bloc ultimatum and led like 30 countries, EU, UK to join US, like there's no evidence of a formal choose us or China ascension by 30 countries. There's nothing like that. Steve doesn't show anything to us, so, if he doesn't show it, we can dismiss it, right? The trade flows remain multipolar, right? Allies trade with both US and China. That's I don't know where he's getting this idea from, right?
And they're going to have to make some serious decisions of who they want to trade with, because you have the bigger trade, which is going to be America and those who want to trade with us. And you're going to have Canada now and what, China and a few other places that, want to have these trade wars. And again, America doesn't want that. We don't want.
Then why are you posing tariffs in the first place? Right? This whole thing like that tariffs can be used as a peace plan is just a speculation at this point. This is the fallacy of false dilemma and like grandiose claim, causal claim, right? That's what's going on here.
To have to place, these huge reciprocity taxes or reciprocal taxes on other nations. So we'll say as leverage, hey, we'll lower your tariff if you want to trade with us. And because we do that, how about having peace in your area? How about we help you prosper? That's how he's ending these wars and these conflicts, because he's saying, look, you guys have been at war for...
Okay, hold on. He's attributing a complex outcome, to one factor, trade. Right? And he's saying that, he's assuming, that trade leverage alone can end multi-factor conflicts. Is he stupid? America is not a harbinger of peace for nations. We know that for a fact. It couldn't resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict. What the fuck? America has been providing so much resources to Israel, right? Did Israel stop the war? No. America and the world imposed tariffs on Russia. Did that stop the war? Slowed it down, but didn't stop it. They had to take on the ground warfare measures for it. So what the fuck is he going on about? Huh? Yeah, these wars are still going.
Several centuries in some cases. It's time to stop.
Like where? What are you talking about? Okay, don't clip Steve's face and put it on a meme, all right? Don't. I forbid it. Don't.
Listen, like everybody wealthy. Listen.
Maybe start by taxing your billionaires first in America, Steve. Instead of trying to excrete wealth from other countries. How about that? No?
Raise the wealth for everybody, especially Americans. That's part of making America great again. Is he wants to restore the middle class.
You cannot restore the middle class if you take medical benefits away from them. All right? Let's go.
Because the middle class was wiped away. Was just sucked up by the people.
I am so astounded that this guy who hasn't worked a job in a while, right, in this economy, was working, gave up, right? Gave up his job, is sitting at home like a bum, screeching on internet and telling others, not doing any research, and just sitting there and just preaching away and talking condescendingly to people who are saying these tariffs affect us, these tariffs are affecting us, and trying to gaslight the shit out of them. While he's bearing the benefits of stuff like taxing the rich. So yeah.
People at the top, that I will agree with the liberals on. Yes, the top make a lot of money.
Okay, and?
But there's ways of doing it where the wealth is not just at the top. It's distributed a lot more equitably.
How are you going to achieve that? Please tell us. Please.
So even because you guys do agree that even America, our lowest poverty level is still way above the poverty level of many third world countries. I hope you guys.
Oh wow, yeah, it's better than other countries, so that it's fine. It should be fine. You should be fine with it. What? Did he really say, this whole thing of the US poor are the richest poor? What? my god, this fucking guy. I need to get my tea far out. What is he even going on about? Fuck my life. Yeah, you're poor in America. You should be grateful. How dare you expect more? What the fuck? That tells me that this guy has no idea of how, like, because he's got his own stable income, he thinks everything it's stable for everyone. Like, what in the fart flying fuck?
guys agree with that. We have the as they say, the richest poor in the world in that regard. Go to a very poor country.
And that's okay? Comparative poverty is complex, Steve. It depends on a lot of factors: income, costs, healthcare access, etc. Right? This whole political imputation is that's going on. It's a straw man.
Country, and you'll see poverty. I've been to them. I've been to countries in Africa where there are basically dead people laying around. You see dead people there. You do.
Oh yeah, yeah. We don't have dead people on the street, so yeah, the poor in America should be grateful and should not ask for more. Or how dare they ask for results? What the fuck? Yeah, he's stuck in the 90s. You're right, Laurie. He's stuck in the 90s. He can't even remember the dates of, like, he's going as far back as 1984 and 1983. Like, what? He's been to Africa? Yeah, I that's news to me. I don't know he went to Africa. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. At least I'm sitting in Australia and I can say, yeah. This fucking bum sitting there and lecturing poor people in America that, at least there are no dead people on the streets. How insensitive is he? How insensitive are you, Steve? How desensitized are you to other people's problems? When did you become so cruel? Wow. Yeah, Navy, yeah. Like, what the?
Um, it's mind blowing the difference between a third world country and what we have in America. But this is what the liberals seem to want. They want a third world country instead of raising everybody up like Trump.
Oh, here we go with straw manning and mind reading and conspiracy theories. Here we go. Ah, I was waiting for it. Here we go. Again, straw manning. Steve, please, citation needed. Show us. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You are the one who are telling the poor in America that they should be grateful that that they are richest amongst the poorest of the poor across the globe, and that there are no dead bodies on the street. And you're saying that the liberals want the third world conditions? I think you're already used to those conditions now, and you don't give a fuck. You seem to have given up. And I'm using the word seem. God dang it, this guy. Holy shit.
Wants to raise everybody up and making our cities safe and making the poor richer and making the middle class richer and making everybody have a livable.
How is he going to do that? Please explain it to us. You haven't explained it even once.
Ways to be safe. Liberals have to have civil war. They have to have race disparities. They have to have civil unrest because
Okay, I'm gonna skip this because he's just now repeating strawmen and conspiracy theories.
that's their power
Ad
base.
hominems.
Trump fixing opinion. You can trace Act Blue donations. They go to the Democrats. You can trace. They don't want it fixed. And in fact, this is not, again, just mere opinion. You can trace Act Blue donations. They go to the Democrats. You can trace Antifa funding. They go to the Democrats. Soros, Ties Down Foundation, Antifa, being funded by Democrats, being funded by taxpayer money.
Antifa is not an organization, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Antifa is a movement. Are you saying that, they are funding some anti-fascist movement? What's wrong with that? Number one, what the fuck is wrong with that? And number two, what Act Blue is, I don't know if he explains it or not. Let's see if he does.
Money. Again, that's fact, not fiction. You can go and look for yourself to see that Antifa is being
Again, go look for yourself. I'm not gonna do the homework. I'm not gonna present to you. I'm a lazy dumb, bum. So I'm not gonna do it. You go and look. And if you can find it, then you are dishonest. You don't know what you're talking about. And you're an idiot. Yeah, what does Antifa mean, right? Anti-fascist. That's what it means. So I don't know why is it wrong for Democrats to fund anything that's anti-fascist. Again, but Antifa is not an organization. So even any back and forth of funds, it kind of doesn't make fun. It does not make sense. Like, what the fuck?
funded by foreign money, which is illegal, and domestic sources.
Please show us again. Citation needed. Guess what? I'm making a guess. He doesn't provide any.
Which is also illegal because it's taxpayers' money. Because they want the civil unrest. They want people fighting each other when they're not fighting the criminals. And then the Democrats
again ad hominem, just ad hominem and straw manning.
Come in and say, look at the civil unrest. They're causing it.
How? Please, again, show us, demonstrate to us. Show Elmo. Can I ask for that? Hold on. Let me see if I can go with that. Hold on. Show Elmo. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring that up. Oh, God.
Oh, no. It's
whoa.
so bad.
Wrong.
It's so bad, dude. Another one I wanted to show you guys real quick is this post by
please.
Black Wolf. Just to go on to the go on with
Sean?
just to go on with
moron? Sorry. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I can't find it. Damn it. Does anyone have it? Please give it to me if someone has it.
If people just stopped fucking causing problems and said, hey, look, we have a president that wants to fix shit. Let's see what he can do.
He had one term. I don't know. Didn't he do anything in that term? He's saying, oh yeah, let's wait and see what he does. Maybe, Steve, if you had brought up examples of during his first term, he did this and this, or he started this and this, So, we should give him a chance to finish that. But you don't bring up anything like that. I wonder why. Maybe because he doesn't do jack shit.
Because we've done that with every other.
Right? And this whole the Act Blue thing, right? Act Blue is a payment processor for Democratic campaigns and nonprofits, right? It doesn't fund Antifa. There's the fact checkers have repeatedly debunked the claims of tying Act Blue to Antifa, quote unquote, Antifa funding. I think so you can say is because there's no credible evidence out there, right? And there's no evidence to show that Antifa is funded by foreign governments or US taxpayers. So he just keeps saying bullshit just to He's straw manning, right? He's mind reading. He's doing guilt by association. He's going for conspiracy theory, right? He's going for ad hominems, and he's making these like bold causal financial links, you know, and asserting them without any verifiable sources. That's what he's doing. Yeah, this is factually insane. You're right, EMP Network. He is. This is all. This whole thing is so like insane. I can't. I. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see where are the rest of my notes. Cool. Congress. Discuss my comment that I get from the whistleblower. Most of it dealing with the subject of critical weaponization at the highest level of FBI and blah 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 blah. Okay, that's not the one that I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, there are no credible sources, right? And he's just sitting there and he's just making these like bold claims and screeching.
The other president, why was Trump any of it different? Why is it when Reagan came in, Reagan did a pretty impressive job, and we said, okay, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Trump is not Reagan. Reagan is not Trump. Like this is false equivalency over here. That's what you're doing.
Even when Obama came in, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, because he like that's what happens during the first term. That's what first terms are for. Trump already had his. It's Gillian, Ren, I should be getting a shower and getting ready for therapy, but I can be sitting here talking with you fine folks. Go to your therapy. Get your shower and go for your therapy. I'm quite sure when you're back I'm still here. I'm quite sure I'm going to be still here. It's gonna take me another 2 hours to finish this. I'm quite sure. So go have your shower and go for your therapy. Don't miss that, all right? And you can catch it up later if you want. But I'm quite sure I'm going to be still here when you come back. So, all right, take care of yourself. Hi, Silk. How you doing? Hello. Yeah. So I'm just like this guy is unfucking believable. Oh my God. Yeah. Right? The therapy is not for over an hour. What do you mean? It's not in an hour. It's not in over an hour. I'm going to be still here in the next 2 hours. That's guaranteed. At the pace I'm going. Everybody knows here in the live chat. So, right? Oh. Oh, yes, this is good. Tea is good for throat. You know. Uh, you leave in 40 minutes, an hour for your appointment, and then you come back. I'm quite sure you will catch us for the last 30 minutes. I'm quite sure of that. But don't rush. Take your time, go to your therapy, and come back and catch up later. That's fine. It's fine. No pressure. All right? You were here for the most of it till now. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for your company and your input all along, till this point. Yeah, Intrigue Feline. When Intrigue Feline tells you to go shower, you go shower. All right? Take care, bud. We'll see you later.
Biden was too brain dead to do anything. He was.
Oh, yeah, so don't give any chance to Biden. Yeah, okay. Got it.
In charge. People know this. He was completely ran by the autopen. Completely ran.
Oh, God. Autopen. Here we go. Oh, my God. Holy shit, this guy.
By a cabal of his innermost, close people.
Trump doesn't even know what the fuck he's signing when he's signing. He asks the person who hands him to sign something, like, what am I signing? So,
But Trump, for some reason, they're like, oh, we're going to do everything in our power to fight against.
What I said is whataboutism? What he's saying. Yeah, what Steve is saying is whataboutism. Am I also indulging in whataboutism? If I am, I'll correct it. Yeah, there's no reason to listen to Steve McRae other than to, like, verbally, like, smack him around. That's what this is. This is to just verbally smack him around. You know?
Him. Why is that? Like, seriously, why is it that Trump is the only president that has this much pushback?
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because, he's a sexual harasser, he's a sexual assaulter, right? He's a failed businessman, and he's someone who has used his presidency to, like, benefit his family. I don't know. He has isolated America. I don't know why. Yeah, Steve. I don't know why.
It is because the mainstream media has put out nothing but negative stuff about him for a decade. And it's brainwashed people with this Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, here we go. Here we go again. And so far he's presented nothing. At least my chat has also presented. Like, Intrigue Feline has gotten, links for us here. I have presented links. But, Steve, nothing. He's a fucking lazy bum. That's what he is. That's why he doesn't do any work. He just sits there and rants, and he hopes that this ranting will get him views somehow. That's why he does it. Of course, that's why he sits there and he preaches and he treats his audiences and his viewers or anyone who lands on his channel as if, like, they're stupid. So yeah, the left pushed back Jessica. Sorry, what? Smitty. The left pushed back against Bush, Obama, and Biden as well. Yeah, they did. Oh God, don't make Jessica. Yeah, nah. Yeah, PDF file. Yep.
One sec, I gotta move stuff around here so I can get to where I want.
He can't even see properly. Place your fucking stuff properly so you can see. My ring light was too bright, so I brought it down so I could see properly. Like, what are you doing? And if I'm not wrong, you're supposed to be wearing, reading glasses. I don't know if you're wearing contact lenses or anything, but the light is clearly in your eye and you can't see properly.
Gosh dang it! One sec, I haven't done this in so long. Oh, there we go. Okay. So again, if you can answer my questions for me, please do so in the comment section because
Like, what questions? What questions? What the fuck are you talking about?
I have yet to find a single solitary person that can explain to me what has Trump done so bad as president. And again, I don't want.
He's isolated America. Biggest example is tariffs. There you go, Steve. You're welcome.
to hear about anything personal with him. I don't care.
Personal, you mean where he has harmed other people? So you don't care about women who were harmed because of him? You don't care about the girls the young teenage girls he walked in on during the Miss Universe pageant? You don't care about that? That's personal stuff for you? You have a daughter, you dumb fuck. Shame on you. Yeah, I'm being emotional right now. Sue me.
Because it's all blown out of proportion. If I one more person say, well, he's a convicted felon, I don't care.
Oh, that's not personal though. Being a convicted felon, that's not personal.
34 felonies, I don't care.
Why don't you care?
They were all unconditionally discharged. All of them.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me have a look at my notes here. Oh God, okay, here we go. Found my notes. So he doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Right? So what he's trying to do here is, like, he's trying to suggest that Trump's convictions are no longer somehow legally count, right? They have been wiped away or dismissed, right? That's what he's trying to portray here, right? So that's not true, and he's misusing the word misusing the term unconditional discharge, right? So, what does unconditional discharge actually means? An unconditional discharge is a type of sentence, not a dismissal or exoneration. It means the court finds you guilty, the conviction is entered, but decides not to impose further punishment like jail, fines, or probation. You are still convicted and it stays on your criminal record unless overturned or appealed or expunged later. In New York law, where Trump's 34 falsified business records convictions occurred in 2024, an unconditional discharge is covered under New York Penal Law 65.21. It is the least severe form of sentence but still a conviction. Right? So again, why Steve's claim is wrong? Trump wasn't unconditionally discharged. He's totally wrong on that. At sentencing in July 2024, Trump received a conditional discharge, meaning no jail, but he must comply with certain terms and appeal conditions. It's not unconditional and not erased. Even if it were unconditional, the convictions would remain. He's a convicted felon, right? And I don't know why Steve is trying to dismiss the depth of that. He's untrustworthy. If he's a felon, he's untrustworthy. You cannot trust a felon to run your fucking country, Steve. You shouldn't trust a felon to run your fucking country. The discharge type affects punishment, not guilt. His record would still show 34 felony convictions unless they are vacated on appeal, which has not happened. Politicization does not equal to legal nullification. Alleging political motivation doesn't alter a valid conviction entered by a jury and upheld so far by a judge. So he is using unconditionally discharged, like this whole rhetoric, to pretend that the convictions don't matter, so he can like dismiss them emotionally and politically, right? It's a propaganda tactic, right? It's redefining a technical term to make quote unquote convicted felon sound meaningless. When in reality, Trump remains a convicted felon pending appeal. No New York or federal precedent says an unconditional discharge vacates guilt. Calling it quote doesn't matter anymore unquote is false and legally illiterate. You're an illiterate, Steve. You're an illiterate, lazy bum who doesn't want to even learn anymore. Yeah, Smitty, you're right. Well, that depends on the felon. Yeah, sure, some felons serve their time and deserve to be allowed to live the rest of their lives as normal. Yeah, but being a president is not normal, right? That's above the normal life. So the standards have to be higher. I know you agree with me on that. I know that. So yeah, and you say not Trump though. Yeah, you're right. So that, and again, he gets it wrong. He wasn't unconditionally discharged. He was conditionally discharged. He received a conditional discharge, which meant no jail time, but he must comply with certain terms and appeal conditions. He just doesn't get it. He's illiterate, uneducated, lazy, a lazy bum. That's what he is, and he doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to grow. He just thinks that sitting there and yapping away at his camera without doing any homework will somehow get him some sort of views. It's legal. Is the legal equivalent of saying evolution is just a theory? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Jessica Johnson from the live chat. I don't think it's about the money. I really do believe that Steve lost his sense when he bashed his head into the pavement. Yeah, sure. He doesn't make sense anymore. He just like regurgitate like propaganda talking points. That's all he's doing here, right? So yeah, Steve, I just debunked you sitting here just like that. I am doing the homework for you. Like, come on. Like, let me see if I have my reference here. Right? Let's see. There we go. Found it. I knew I had it. There you go. What is an unconditional discharge? Trump's sentencing explained. To recap, that means Trump will face no jail time, no probation, no monetary fine, but Trump will officially enter his second term as president as a convicted felon, which will remain on his record. But I don't think so. It was a unconditional discharge. Hold on. Or did I get it wrong? Hold on. Um, oh yeah, here we go. The court record explicitly says it's conditionally discharged. Okay, hold on. Hold on a minute while I look for my. Hold on. Oh, go on. I don't want a free account. Go away. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Um. Ah. Okay. Go away. Oh God, this is so stupid. I hate New York Times. Okay, you know what? Where are my other things? Okay. Okay, if New York Times is gonna make me do this, I'm not gonna pay. I'm not gonna sign up for $1. Fuck off. No. No 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 no. No 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 no. Mm, Um I think so it was unconditional discharge, but Steve misused it. I think so it was unconditional because I can't find anything for the conditional one. Hold on. I thought I had the link there. Hold on a minute. Yeah, it looks like it was unconditional, but anyways, even it was unconditional, Steve is misusing the term. I'll correct myself. It was unconditional discharge, but Steve is still misusing the term. That's what he's doing. See, I can correct myself when I find out. Because the only reason I'm doing it is because I can't find um, my source for the conditional discharge. I thought I had it, but all the sources I have here says unconditional discharge. So I might have gotten it wrong, right? But the fact remains that the conviction remains. Doesn't mean that he was exonerated. He's still a convicted felon. That's the point. All right, moving on.
They were all politicized. They were all because of laws that were made strictly to go after just Trump.
For example, again, citation needed, the laws that were strictly made to, to go after Trump. Please.
Nobody else had ever been convicted of any of these things because there are new laws to go after.
Yeah, as new crimes are discovered or new types of crimes are discovered, the laws have to catch up to those crimes. What the fuck you're talking about, Steve? Oh my God. Athens from the live chat that Trump can do the most heinous things and Steve will still say he doesn't care. He's sucking on that pumpkin. Right? It's like, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, okay. We're gonna move.
And created and manipulate to try to prevent Trump
Citation needed.
from being president again. The whole system was rigged. The judicial system, the CIA, the FBI.
Yeah, now we are indulging in conspiracy theories.
The president, all down. They rigged it against him. And we all know this for a fact now. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's your decision.
Yeah, I don't believe you, Steve, because you have not shown any proof for it. No citation, nothing. You've shown jack shit. And we are now nearing the 1 hour mark. I've already done 2 hours. We still got 15 minutes left, guys. Let's go. Yeah, I was wrong. It's gonna take us another 3 hours to finish this. Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. This is so stupid. Steve is literally fulfilling the cult mentality. Stop talking shit about my daddy. I'm pretty Gillian Wren, I'm pretty sure other people have been convicted of defamation before. Yeah. Brevity, RNGD gaming.
But we know the judicial system has been compromised. We see it all the time.
They're all Trump's nominees on the fucking judiciary. All the Supreme Court justices, they're all like the Republicans and Trump's nominees. What the fuck you talking about? At the moment, if you're saying at the time when he was convicted that it was compromised, you need to show us citations for that. You're just sitting there and talking bullshit. Look at his face. Look at his eyes. He's so deranged. Oh my god.
Time with these judicial activists that will pretend that they are the president of the United States and willfully override what he is trying to accomplish.
Like what? How? Again, citation needed. Please, citation needed. I think so. My citation needed GIF will break.
And that's just, in my opinion, the most absurd thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've been around a long time.
Silk from the live chat. If Steve is watching this and reading the comments, I wonder if he will try to make things difficult for me. This has nothing to do with my job. I live. Oh, look who came in. Hello. Chesh, please tell everyone you gave me the channel for SEO reasons. She lives. We still got 15 minutes to go, so another like hour and a half or so. Chesh, you still have time. Smitty from the live chat. Hi, Original Nilsson. How are you? Smitty from the live chat. Any Democrat president in history, I would be happy to criticize them. Why is Steve so allergic to criticism of Trump? Even if you think he's done some things right, he's an elite. Yeah. Yeah. Mania looks pretty today. Do I? Yeah, thank you. Arigato gozaimasu.
Guys, seen a lot of presidents come and go. I was born under. Who was I born under? Nixon.
Okay. You still stuck there?
Under Nixon. So when you tell me that Trump is a dictator, how?
He raised his tariffs on a whim. Canada put out an ad, mocking him, and he lost his shit and raised tariffs against Canada. Simple example, right? He has literally named people that his his main prosecutor is going against is going against now and indicting them. He has named them on Truth Social. He's named the people he wants is like it's Department of Justice. No, is the main prosecutor. What do you call it? DA? No. American shit. So yeah.
when he has all these radical judicial activists telling him he can't do something.
The Chesh from the live chat, the authoritarian attitude, the disregard for the Constitution, the fact that he said he wanted to be a dictator. He said it.
And yet, when he goes to the appeals court, the appeals...
And then Steve was like, why is there a No Kings in America protest going on?
Most of the time, side with Trump. And SCOTUS has every single time, I think. 20 cases so far, I think it was. He sided with Trump. So the liberals will say, well, the SCOTUS is compromised. Okay, you can believe that. But everything I've read in the law supports SCOTUS's rulings.
Where? Please. Again. Give us one example, Steve. Citation needed. Please, go ahead. I'll wait. No? Okay, moving the fuck on. Smitty from the live chat. Radical justice activists, you're not allowed to commit crimes. Right? How dare they?
So why can't they just let Trump do what he's got to do to fix the country? What is the worst fucking thing that can happen? We have peace? Then we have prosperity?
Where do we have peace? We don't have peace. We are isolated. Like America is isolating itself from its like international allies. Your domestic prices are rising. Your healthcare benefits are getting cut. Your SNAP benefits are getting cut. You know, immigrants are getting targeted in the name of like, you know, targeting quote unquote illegals. Boats are getting shot off or blown off on the coast of America without any due process. We don't know whether they were smugglers or they were, you know, refugees. No idea. Tell Elmo, right?
That we have people not going in the street trying to kill each other?
This is so emotionally loaded and weaponized and charged. And he projects it onto his, you know, criticizers. How am I so good at this, Steve? Why are you so easy to call out and debunk? I don't get it. Like, what the fuck? If I can call out and debunk you, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. I'm doing the bare minimum at the moment. If someone really decided to sit down and go after you, yeah. Just imagine that. I'm just doing the bare minimum at the moment. Yeah, Chesh is right. Yeah, I said, yeah, Steve is privileged as fuck and he still lives on a black lady's couch. That's what I said. He is someone who doesn't work, lives on benefits, right? Doesn't have to worry about his next meal. His income is fixed. And he's sitting there and he's lecturing people and gaslighting them about, you know, how they should be grateful that, you know, the poorest of the Americans are one of the richest in the world. That's what he said, Chesh. And that, you know, people should be grateful that there are no, like, dead people on the street like there are in Africa, where he apparently went some time ago. Unless the couch is made of. Come on, Smitty. Ugh. I wonder, does Steve live on SNAP? I think so. He has like his veteran benefits. He's a retired veteran, so yeah. Steve is obviously a C-section baby. I can tell by how hard he avoids labor. Hey, come on, I'm a C-section baby. No. Don't. I'm a C-section baby. Don't do that. No. No, Chesh. No. No. Oh, no.
Don't have people terrorizing people as they walk down the street because they have different political opinions.
Okay.
And communism, because that's what they want.
Okay.
1 million people voted for constitutional republic. And that's what we have. And 77 million people voted for President Trump to do what he's doing. And if you don't like it, you can disagree all you want. You could vote another president.
He fell short of saying you can leave. He was about to say that, and he fell just short of it.
And next time, which is going to be J.D. Vance. But to protest America being wealthy and to protest America being safe, yeah, I think liberals have lost their fucking minds.
Again, conspiracy theories, mind reading, ad hominems, strawmans, without any proof. And I'll keep saying it. Steve, citation needed. Please provide citation for your bullshit. Because this is getting tiresome now. Right? Smitty from the live chat. Manya invented the C-section when she roundhouse kicked her way out of her mom. Actually, yeah, I was supposed to be born in 89. January of 89. I came a month early in December of 88. So yeah. Um, Smacked right between Christmas and New Year. So, Chesh from the live chat, how's that stock market going? Yeah, right? Yeah, Steve is just sitting there and he's just like preaching and condescendingly preaching and talking at people, as if like, he works a job or something. He started a job, he left it, he couldn't do it, right? And now he sits at home like a bum and like he preaches at people and talks at people as if like, talks down on people. You were born in May 89, you're younger than me. Nice. So, yeah. And so he just creates like these exceptions for Trump, right? With his related to his like felonies and stuff. Um, and he's asserts some unique laws which he gets wrong, right? And it dismisses the verdicts as political rather than addressing the elements of the verdicts, right? And then he's like imposing this false dilemma, right? What worse could have happened? Like, peace and prosperity, that there are only two options that exist. Like, there's only like peace and prosperity or there's war, right? Um, and again, the false dilemma, like, frames like any opposition that frames, Trump, or like, sorry, frames any opposition that goes against Trump or opposes Trump as opposing peace rather than debating or talking about trade-offs and stuff, right? um so Ashcott6069 from the live chat, can someone please explain to me how having the National Guard chilling in a city for a few weeks can reduce crime, arrest the people who wear badges that say they are criminals? Yeah, I think so. Even FBI said that um, ICE agents need to identify themselves, because then was a reason for that, because in the past, criminals would take advantage of that and just say, "Oh yeah, we're the cops," and they would just like kidnap people. So the cops started, identifying themselves, and they are like body cameras and stuff. ICE agents don't have body cameras. They don't identify themselves, so they can get away with whatever the fuck they want. Chesh from the live chat. So it sounds like you are definitely working. It's just unpaid labor that society takes advantage of because capitalism sucks as. Yeah, sure. Intrigue feline. It is definitely informal care. What is informal care? Okay, no worries. And this whole shtick about like 77 million voted mandate, the dissenters can vote next time. Again, argumentum ad populum fallacy, right? And also irrelevant conclusion. Popularity does not equal correctness, right? Offering a conclusion does not address the point. Um, election totals don't settle policy correctness or legality, right? So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. 15 more minutes, and we should finish up in another 2 hours, I guess.
Because they are
Yeah, ICE has only increased crime rate. Yeah, the way they're behaving. Yeah.
destroying America. They really are. Because they have been brainwashed by the mainstream media to believe the absolute bullshit I've ever heard in my life. And it's sad. It really is sad. Because
Cry me a river. Give me your tears. I'll drink your tears for sustenance.
this if we would have had Trump, way back when in the 70s and 80s, man, we would have had an amazing country to live in right now.
So that's where you want to go back to? 70s and 80s? That far back? Oh my god. Like, give me a sec. Like, come on. So that's your like golden era where you want to go back to or reset to, is it? Like that's so like manipulative, in my opinion. It's already been what 2.5 hours since I was. Oh my god, live. Oh shit. Ugh. Just reheating my tea, guys. Coming back. Give me a sec. We're going up, up, up. Na, 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 na. 70s sucked. Damn you, Carter. You barely committed any atrocities. Smitty. Yeah. Okay. So what Steve is saying is because in 70s and 80s, right? So he's romanticizing that mythical golden age stuff, right? Trying to project Trump backward into like as a savior who could have fixed everything before it supposedly fell apart. So what he's saying is he wants social conservatism, white economic dominance, pre-globalization America of the 70s and 80s, but with Trump as the permanent corrective. All right. So this whole fantasy is blending nostalgia politics with authoritarian idealization. That's what he's doing. He's not just longing for the past, he's reimagining it with Trump inserted as the redeemer figure, rewriting history to make it consistent with his ideology. Right? Nostalgic myth making, chronological fallacy. He assumes earlier intervention by Trump would have fixed quote unquote things, and with counterfactual reasoning like a claim, making a claim that can't be proven or falsifies, then he has like selective historical amnesia, if I might dare say, right? He forgets that 80s also saw massive deficits, deregulation scandals in savings and loans, right? Crack epidemic and rising inequality. These are the same issues Trump later exploited rhetorically. Authoritarian framing disguised as patriotism. By fantasizing about a Trump-led past, Steve implies that democracy itself was the mistake, that America needed a strongman businessman decades earlier to preserve order and wealth. Fair? Since he does the mind reading, I guess I would apply it on him. This is all reactionary narrative in the end. You know, idealize a lost past, blame liberals and quote unquote globalists for destroying it, present a single savior as the one who could have prevented it all. Is the same pattern found in countless populist movements, what scholars call quote restorative nostalgia unquote. It doesn't describe history, it weaponizes memory to create moral panic and justify authoritarian solutions. So yeah, he wants. So Steve says he wants to go back in the 70s and 80s, led by Trump. He's not talking about policy. He's talking about reconstructing America in his imagination, a whiter, simpler, unquestioned hierarchy with Trump as its eternal patriarch, its sentimental authoritarianism dressed up as patriotism. That blurb I took help on, right? So yeah, Steve, how about that? What deep thoughts? Oh, oh okay, Epstein. Oh, okay. All right, moving on.
And so I want my daughter, when she grows older, to live in an amazing country. 20, 30, 40, when she's my age, when she's 55.
Stop weaponizing your daughter and stop talking about her without her permission and fuck off. Right? She's not here to tell you that don't talk about me, Dad. But we know that she doesn't like you. She doesn't like you when you try and force her on camera. Stop talking about your daughter and weaponizing her. Oh, I'm doing this for my daughter. No, you're not. You're not. 70s and 80s were not good for white women, if I'm not wrong. Right? Hold on. So, in 70s and 80s, right? He's talking about his daughter, right? He wants to have a brighter future with like 70s and 80s with Trump in charge. All right, let's talk about that. I'm just bringing up my notes on that. I was like, this guy is unfucking believable. Yep, the power of the no. This stream is literally SWAT rating Steve shaking my head. Low energy bids. Hi, hello. So, economic position, right, for women. They were entering the workforce, but at half pay. So you want your daughter to earn half as what she's earning now. Is that what it is, Steve? Women's labor force participation jumped from about 43% 1970 to 57% by 1989. They were clustered in low-wage pink-collar jobs, quote-unquote pink-collar jobs, secretaries, teachers, nurses, retail clerks, earning roughly 60-70 cents on the male dollar. So that's what you want your daughter. Okay. Married white women were told they were quote-unquote helping the household, not entitled to careers of their own. Workplace sexual harassment was routine and not even recognized legally until 1986, Meritor Savings Bank versus Vinson. So when people today idolize that era, they are romanticizing a time when women could work but were still treated as expendable labor. You dumb fuck. You're welcome. You're fucking welcome, Steve. I really hope your daughter watches me and realizes what you are actually wishing for her. With Trump being in charge, Trump, who is a sexual harasser, who is a sexual assaulter. So yeah, shame on you. Fucking shame on you, Steve, for weaponizing your daughter like that and, minimizing her, contributions to the society like this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. There you go. Fuck you. Right? So, legal status. What was the legal status? Only recently recognized as independent citizens. There's more. Hold on, there's more. That 3,000 something word limit? There you go. Actually, there was more after that. So, credit and finance. Before the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974, banks could refuse to issue a credit card or mortgage to a woman without a husband or male co-signer. Reproductive rights. Roe v. Wade had only just affirmed abortion rights, and states immediately began chipping away with waiting periods and parental consent laws. So that's what you want for your daughter? Uh-huh. Marital rape was legal in most states until 1980s. North Carolina and Oklahoma didn't criminalize it till 1993. Workplace discrimination. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act was on the books, but enforcement was minimal. Quote-unquote men-only job ads didn't disappear till late 70s. They were still there, men-only jobs. So the strong family values, quote-unquote, period Steve longs for is also the era when white women still needed legal permission to have a bank account, medical autonomy, or recourse for assault by a spouse. Yeah, do some cooking. Let us know what you cooked. Yeah, Steve would tell his daughter to suck it up because it's the culture. Yeah. There's more. Politics and cultural image. Conservative rhetoric under Reagan, 1981 to 1989, glorified women as mothers and moral anchors of home while cutting child care, welfare, and public sector jobs that actually supported families. The quote, family values unquote push led by the groups like the Moral Majority fought the Equal Rights Amendment and reproductive rights. Media portrayal swung between the, quote, career movement, unquote, threat and the nurturing homemaker ideal, creating a no-win double bind for women. White women did gain visibility in professions and politics, but often on the condition that they echoed male authority, not challenge it. Race and privilege dynamics, right? White women, especially middle-class ones, enjoyed relative security compared to women of color, better access to education, suburban housing, and credit once reforms hit. But the advantage often depended on a racial hierarchy that excluded black and Latina women from the same opportunities. The nostalgia for the Reagan-era good life erases the dependence on segregation, redlining, and discriminatory hiring that maintained white middle-class comfort. So I guess Steve doesn't want me to survive in that era because I'm a person of color. I wouldn't even get a job, wouldn't get considered for a bank account. I would be racially discriminated for loans and credit cards and everything. Got it. So in short, for white women, 1970s and 80s were a period of transition, not comfort, freedom expanding but still fragile, legally unequal, economically undervalued, socially constrained, rhetorically praised but structurally limited. So when, Steve is trying to say he wants to go back to the world with Trump, he's really longing for an era where women's rights existed mostly on paper, gender roles were rigid, and male authority, particularly white male authority, was unquestioned. It's nostalgia for dominance and not stability. With someone like Trump in charge. Now, how much exacerbated that would be with Trump in charge? Just imagine that. Steve, you asshole. Fucking hell. And even if I go further, right? If we do some comparison. God, this is gonna be longer. This is gonna take longer than it takes because Chesh, I mean Steve has no family, so it's no surprise that he wants to be in a position where he can force a family, right? And also Chesh from the live chat, bro actually thinks that if things were the way back in the day, he would stand a chance, lol. Yeah, right? So, um, it's so stupid. Cheshire from the live chat, he's deluding himself into a fantasy that he would have a better life. Yeah, he is. He is. That's what he is. Yeah, it's not for his daughter. It's for him, a white male. Not for his daughter. Even we saw for white females how bad it was. And with Trump in the equation, how worse it would become. And Steve doesn't seem to realize that for some reason. Chesh from the live chat, he grew up in the optimal time and is still just on someone's couch. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Optimal according to him. Yeah. Yeah. All right, moving on.
I'll be long gone by then. She's, turns 21 next year. And so was that 30 years from now? 34 years from now? I mean, theoretically, I guess she'll be around, but I don't.
She will be in her 50s. You said 40s. Can you count?
I don't want to be in my 90s. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to. I don't think I want to be. Maybe 95 is a good age to go, I guess. But again, when I die,
get on with it. Fuck.
I want to know.
Stop weaponizing your daughter.
That I contributed to society, because
you have contributed nothing to society. You will never contribute anything to society. There you go. I made it clear for you. Now move on. You want to pretend that you contributed towards society by doing this bullshit.
What else is there? If not friends and family, and
yeah, your daughter doesn't want to be in the same room as you. All right.
Friends and my family mean a very more to me.
You, as soon as your daughter does something that you want to do and she doesn't, and as soon as she opposes you, you start bitching and whining about her. We know that you did that on a live stream where she didn't want to come on a camera and you started talking shit about her. So yeah, we know how you feel about your daughter.
Than anything else. And so that's why I'm doing these streams. It's not for any other.
Smitty from the live chat, excuse you, it's his daughter. She belongs to him. He has the right to weaponize her. Chesh from the live chat. Steve literally explaining that he has none of those things. Yeah. Nin gesture. He's probably already in ICE. I'm not going to be surprised if he is. You know, they're hiring all the incompetent people. So yeah, I'm not going to be surprised that he. All right.
The reason. Nobody. I'm gonna probably get maybe 100 views for this video. Maybe at most.
Oh, Steve, you did well. You know how many views you got? 249. You know how many did I get on my fucking video? It was more than 300. Let's just say. It was more than 300. So I surpassed you in my part 1. That was only part 1. This is part 2. But I only so what he's trying to do is he's trying to go like, you know, because I'm not gonna get. Okay, let me start from the start. He says that because Trump got 77 million votes, then the ad populum fallacy works there, right? He's trying to imply the or implement the ad populum fallacy there. But when it comes to him, he's like, oh, I'm gonna get less views, but I'm making a good point, right? Ice needs a water boy.
And I'm okay with that because I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you're doing this, what you did last time, you're doing this like performative, sacrifice thing, Oh, I'm so great, I don't care about these things, but I will mention it anyways. If you didn't care about the views, you wouldn't have mentioned them. You care about views, that's why you mentioned it. I never mentioned it till you mentioned them. Yeah, I do talk to Chesh about it sometimes in messages, but I don't do it publicly. I'm not that bothered by it. You are definitely bothered by it.
For the views. I'm doing it because
yeah, Chesh, you're right. He's shielding his poor little ego. And if I go back to my previous notes, let's have a look at the previous notes. Hold on. Where's my desktop? Okay, here we go. Here we go. This one? Yeah, it's this one. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. In my previous. So my previous notes were like how many words? Mm, um. Hold on. Let me just see. Yeah, my previous notes were like 5,000 words. You're welcome. Oh god. Yeah, oh yeah, this is what it is. The false modesty shield. That's what it is. Yeah, this is and what's it's called? The Mote and Bailey defense in real time. Retreat to humility whenever the accountability threatens him. Then advance then move into grand pronouncements, That's what it is. The false modesty shield. That's what it is. Yeah, I got notes. I got notes. Oh god. All right, moving on.
I again want to make sure that I leave something behind. And of course,
What are you leaving behind for her, by the way? You destroyed the non-sequitur show channel, so she's not getting anything from that. You wanted her to get the residuals from that channel in perpetuity. She's not gonna get anything. That channel is dead. So what are you leaving behind for her? Nothing. I don't think so you have any money for her. I don't think so. You're living on a fucking couch. If you had money, you wouldn't live on a fucking couch. So yeah. Yeah, Brandon was there in the live chat for Steve there and he was asking like reasonable questions and he just attacked him. I think so Brandon is he's genuine when he asks these questions of Steve, in my personal opinion. And Steve just takes advantage of it. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say that was phonetically correct but not correct? Tell me! I didn't say oesophagus. Ugh.
It lets me vent, and I do get some interaction,
Yeah, I also think he's genuine. Brandon is genuine, in my opinion.
and I appreciate it. But for those who do listen, for my friends and family that do listen,
Your friends and families don't listen to you. Fuck no! My friends and family don't listen to me, so...
thank you. Sincerely, thank you.
there,
I want
there are 3 people in his live chat. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, 4 people. 4 people. 4 people. 5. 5 people.
to know your guys' opinions. I do have people that I care about.
Someone gave an opposing opinion and you attacked them. We saw that happen in real time. Oh, mote. Okay. How is it pronounced then? Did I pronounce it wrong? Did I pronounce it wrong? Sorry. Is there a Bailey? You guys are cracking me up today.
A lot that will listen to these things. One of them I'll be calling tonight. She lives in another state, but she watches these things.
Is he getting catfished?
And I also have, my neighbor watches. She
Yeah, sure, your neighbor watches. Or that she has to listen to you through the walls because the walls are so thin. So she cannot avoid listening to you. So you take it as that she watches you. Oh, it's Mott and Bailey, is it? Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Thanks.
she's going to give me her opinion. My roommate sometimes watches. I get her opinion.
They can't avoid you, Steve. That's why you think that they watch you. They just can't avoid you because they share the space with you. Your neighbor shares the wall with you. We know that because we saw the picture, of your unit. And in that, the body cam footage. So she can't avoid you, and your roommate cannot avoid you. So you're just forcing them in to watch you. Quit pretending that they watch you on their own omission. They don't. They're forced to because they share space with you.
Opinion. And then I do send it to my daughter. And
No, you don't. You don't send it to your daughter. Your daughter does not appreciate all this. I am quite sure she's not appreciative of all this. Especially when you're talking about going back to 90s and 80s era for white women with Trump spearheading that. Oh, fuck no.
I get her opinions because, she's not MAGA. No, definitely not.
Yeah, so why would she appreciate all this? No, she won't.
But she does wonder why I believe the things I believe, and I think that her.
So yeah, so you started saying that she appreciates it. Now you're saying she wonders why you believe what you believe. That's not appreciating, that's questioning you and saying, what the fuck is wrong with you, you old bum?
Questions on these things is amazing. I want her to ask me questions.
I doubt. People asked you questions in the live chat and you attacked them, so I doubt.
And then Paul says, I'll be here for you. Thank you, Steve. He says, I'll be here for you, Steve. Thank you, and I appreciate it.
I'll be here for you.
Lena says, if Trump knew that James was...
Yeah, daughters always love when their father explain to them why they hate them. Or mansplain them why they hate them.
...innocent of the mortgage fraud, would that change your opinion of him? Yeah. But why would she be innocent of the mortgage fraud when I read the case and I can see that she was guilty of mortgage fraud?
Citation needed. I'll just say maybe she is guilty. Maybe she is definitely guilty, but citation needed, please. Can we get a citation? No? You know what? Actually, give me a sec. Give me 1 sec. What's this? Appraising the federal indictment. Oh, sorry, shit. My bad. Appraising the federal indictment of Letitia James. There you go. Anyone? Factcheck.org. His daughter has 1 billion better things to do. Yeah, definitely. Here, Steve's daughter, if she's watching us, she can come and hang out with us if she wants to. Am I going real life, Steve, now? If I'm on my channel inviting your daughter to come and join us if she wants to. Is that going real life? Is it? Is it a real life? Is it some fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Too late, my time has come. Send shivers down my spine. Goodbye, everybody. Okay.
Fraud. But if Trump knowingly knew that Letitia James did not commit mortgage fraud but tried to frame her, absolutely I'd shit on Trump for it. I mean, it wouldn't have changed any of the policies, you know. But I would definitely shit on him for it. Hell yeah, I don't want anybody framing.
You're not shitting on him for being a felon. So why should we believe you when you say you would shit on him for, like, going after someone when they didn't commit fraud? I don't believe you, because you're not shitting on him for being a felon, for being an indicted for being, convicted felon, sorry. In the Time Show official. Hello! Titan invited me to stop by, so I figured I'd really... Ah, okay, hello. Hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome one and all. Oops.
Hello, and welcome everyone to...
Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? I don't know. Chesh, are you okay with this guy being here? I don't know. Whatever. It's your channel, Chesh. You make the call. I'm not comfortable. Ugh. Oh, like this? Like that? Is that's nice? With the cat ears? Is that what it looks like? Okay, we'll leave them alone. Fine. Yeah, that's fine by me. This is your channel. You make the call. I have so many questions though. So many questions. But okay, whatever. Maybe we'll leave those questions for a private call one day. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay.
People, Trump or otherwise. But we know that Letitia James committed mortgage fraud. We know that she did it over.
Okay. There's no credible news indictment or court finding that Letitia James committed any mortgage fraud. Okay. Let me just again. I'm just gonna ask. Citation needed. Give me your fucking citation, please. Citation needed. Can you provide a citation? No. Okay. Moving on and fuck off.
For a 40-year period. We know that she had multiple properties, 3 of which she committed fraud on. We know that she put her father down as her husband for mortgage fraud.
Citation needed. There's so many conspiracy theories here. Oh my god, I can't keep track of it. I need to reheat my water for my tea. This is fucking ridiculous. This is like, where? He's stressing me out. I'm gonna start stress eating with all the bullshit he spews.
We know that she had a 4-unit dwelling, or she had a 5-unit dwelling. She put down as a 4-unit dwelling.
Oh, how dare she! Okay.
That's illegal. We know that she's.
Please show me how it's illegal. Why? Like it's. Oh, 1200. The tariffs are paid. A nice one.
Said that these were investments to Congress. That was a perjury. We all know that I think her niece lives in them rent free, and that.
So okay, number one. So he's making this sweeping, specific criminality, accusations against the New York AG, Letitia James, and saying that, and it's like, again, there's no credible news indictment or court finding that James committed mortgage fraud, right? Nor, like, I think so, he further says that she perjured herself, if I'm not wrong. Again, extraordinary claims need filing charges, where are they? Right? Nothing. And here I have, the link for you for the fact checking. Here we go. Here we go. Enjoy. Charging James with mortgage fraud. The government says when James. So this was charging, right? James called the charges in the indictment baseless. New news reports say that the house was purchased for her great niece who lived in the home rent-free. Though James has listed a few $1,000s in income from the property, legal experts have questioned the merits of the indictment. In my experience, federal prosecutors would not have seriously pursued something this minor. A professor with expertise in real estate and white-collar crime at Fordham University School of Law told us in the email. The indictment is disproportionate to the inconsistent with established prosecutorial norms. Here we'll look, blah, 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 indictment, the case against. The 5-page indictment filed against James alleges she attempted to defraud two financial. So these are all attempts that she attempted to. And this is in October of 2025. This is just an indictment. Whether there's going to be a case or not, I don't know. If there's a case, please let me know. I'll bring it up. But so far, it looks like there was an indictment. And that means a case has been brought against a jury. Not that it has been like she has been indicted. Like, sorry? And before Steve starts streaming with a large shot glass just sticking out of his head. I just don't get it. What the fuck is he talking about? Hold on, let me find that word. Like, did he say that she perjured herself? Because that's what it says in my notes here. I got notes, bitch. Unlike Steve. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, he did use that word.
That these were investments to Congress. That was a perjury. We all know that her niece lives in them rent free.
Those are charges. I don't think so. That they have been proven. And even if she's indicted, that means there's sufficient, you could say, material to move on, to charge her with it. Whether she gets convicted or not, that's a different thing. And again, like the article says, there are legal experts who are saying that the magnitude of how it's being prosecuted is too big as compared to what it is. It's a minor thing. Maybe she can be fined for it, for not filing it correctly or something like that, but to go for charges, I don't know. So instead of listening to like legal experts, Steve is gonna sit here on his armchair, this bum who doesn't have a job, who doesn't bring up any citations, doesn't do any homework, this lazy fucking bum, and he's going to preach to people that this lady is definitely going to jail. All right. This is a trial. Said she pleaded not guilty. Steve is talking out his ass cause his position is indefensible. Again, yes. I just...
And that...
We're almost there, guys. 10 more minutes. We're almost there.
She has, like, criminalities as well.
Yeah, right? Something due process. Innocent until proven guilty. But over here, for Steve, she's already guilty. So Steve, let me just say, when when Katie Joy said that you sexually harassed her, so you were guilty? There was no due process, but we can still say you were guilty, right? Because who cares about due process, isn't it? Did I hit a nerve there? I really hope I did. Fucking idiot.
Well, that she's dealing with? Everything Letitia James did on her loans were fraudulent. She's an attorney general. She knows the law. She tried to frame Trump for that stuff. The exact same thing.
Again, citation needed. Please provide us citations. I'm the one sitting here providing citations. I'm the one here with notes and everything. My live chat is here providing, links to citations and stuff. Where's your shit, Steve? You're such an incompetent, lazy bum. Oh, are we drinking? I will get started. Oh, God.
She tried to frame Trump on it. And here's the difference. Letitia James stated that she was going to take down Trump. She politicized it. She made
Where did she say it? Sorry, my bad. Where did she say it that she's going to take down Trump? And what was the context there? What was the context? Please. Like,
made him a political target. And nobody said shit. Nobody says, wait a minute. Why are you trying to take him down? That's
maybe because she has some good evidence against him. Maybe I don't know, those felonies that Trump has that he has been convicted for. Maybe that plus more stuff in the background. Maybe she had something on her. It's funny, like when Letitia James just got indicted, she's guilty as fuck. But Trump with felonies, who's a convicted felon, Steve doesn't give a shit about that. And we saw that this person is a person of color. I wonder why. Why he doesn't care about Trump's, felonies, but he cares about indictment of a woman of color. Yeah? Yeah? See the pattern here? This misogynist, racist piece of shit? I've got a black friend. Fucking asshole. That's how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you show the pattern, how you expose someone who's doing everything performative. That's how you do it. How many ways is Steve a piece of shit? I'm sure Chesh can provide with that.
not your job. Your job is to prosecute when you have a case, not to fabricate evidence, not to make.
Again, Steve, you're just indulging in conspiracy theories now. You're not showing anything. You've just got one tweet that I've already debunked and it's out of the way, and you're just sitting here and just ranting. That's all you're doing.
Not to target somebody because of a political difference, because you don't want him to become president, because if Trump became president, all this shit becomes public, which it did. You guys would never have heard of Arctic frost, crossfire hurricane, Durham annex.
Yeah, because they are not relative. They're not relative at all. You're just misusing them for conspiracy theories. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing.
Clinton annex. You would have heard of none of that.
No, I did. I did my research and I debunked you. You're welcome.
If he hadn't become president, they would have covered it all.
Hey, Lady Lumo, how you doing?
You know that's true.
You know that's true. Shifting the burden of proof on people who oppose him, right? You know it's true. You can't prove me. You can't say you can't prove it wrong. Yeah, then it's true, right? A white guy, Trump. I don't have anything against white men. Yeah, but I'm just pointing out Steve's hypocrisy, double standards, and his racism and his misogyny, right? He is quick to dismiss Trump's, felony charges by misrepresenting what unconditional discharge is, right? But this woman, she's just been indicted, right? Indictment was brought against her, right? And she's already guilty in his eyes, and she's the enemy. And he's making all these claims against her without providing any proof. What does that tell us about Steve? He has biases. He has very specific biases. You have a thing against white men. Okay. Yeah, that's up to you. Hey, Manya, that's me. Oh shit, I'm talking to myself. Oh shit, I'm not talking to myself. Hell no. Lady Noma is not me. Lady Noma is not me. They are not me. Whoever says that is stupid. Lady Noma has been here longer than I have, if I'm not wrong.
And so we know that Letitia James committed mortgage fraud. And
we don't know that. It's an indictment, Steve. According to your own constitution, it's innocent until proven guilty. Stop it. Get some help. Get help. Can we get help emojis in the live chat, please? Get help. Get help for Steve, please. Get help. Stop it. Get help. Fucking asshole. It's like, wow. Just wow. I think so it's now become a moral duty for me to every time Steve goes live to smack him about. Don't you think? We can't have someone like him sit there and just like regurgitate all this misinformation so confidently. Here, I'll also put get help. Get help. Smitty from the live chat. And Mani, I wasn't saying you have a thing against white men. I'm saying Steve would make excuses for Trump no matter who he was abusing. Sure, sure. But I think so that bias does play some role, in my opinion. In my opinion, that plays a role, a solid role. Because, I guess, because he's attacking Obama, but he goes after Biden also, you could say. But I think so there's some. No, he didn't stream this on NSS. I think so this is on Steve McRae channel, Chesh. This one is on Steve McRae channel. This was on his personal channel. I think so you got it wrong. Should get a muffin? Oh yeah, probably. Okay.
if you go to Sam Alton's page, White Collar Fraud, he beautifully and meticulously maps out everything she's done.
Again, that Sam Alton White Collar Fraud, it's a blog and it's not a formal investigation or any investigative finding, just to clarify. But he doesn't bring that up either. Maybe bring it up on the screen. Oh shit. Did I overboil my tea? Oh shit. I overboiled my tea. God dang it, man. Okay. We need to do something about this. Shit. Oh no. Like he doesn't even bring that article out because I know that as soon as he brings it up, people will go and look at it and they will question him about it. If there's any misinformation in there, they will bring it up and they will be like, "What the fuck, Steve?" And he wants to avoid that. That's why he doesn't bring up anything that he mentions. Nothing. Nothing. He doesn't even read through the screenshots that are in the tweet that are on the screen. He doesn't even do that. You know? Because he's a scary little fucking lazy bum. That's what he is. Almost there, guys. How much time is left? 6. Oh god, we got 9 more minutes. All right, 9-10 minutes.
He's a white collar fraud investigator, and he's done an amazing job at showing.
Show us, please. Show us. Where is that? You know what? Actually, give me 1 minute. You know what? Give me a sec. There we go. It's not even Sam Alton. It's what What's the name of the guy? Hold on. What's the name of the guy? It's not even Sam Elton. It's Sam Antar. That's the guy's name. There you go. There you go. Have a look. Enjoy. Here, Steve, I'm doing this shit for you. I'm doing your shit for you. He doesn't even show this. Something that kind of supports his claim.
Step by step, how Letitia James did not just one case of mortgage fraud, but multiple cases of mortgage fraud over several decades.
So I would love to know if this Sam Antar guy, is he does he have any qualification in legal studies or in real estate law or something like that, or property law, rent law, mortgage law, anything? Who is he? Who is this guy? Right? Who is he? Or who are they? Let's not make assumptions about them. Right? Here we are, Sam Eontar. Who are they? If I go, is a former certified public accountant whose career trajectory took a remarkable turn from preparator to investigator of financial fraud. As a former chief financial officer of Crazy Eddie, a major consumer electronics chain in northern United States, blah, 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 he's a certified public accountant. You could say that he has an eye for detail. Professional, oh, okay. Following his criminal conviction, Antar redirected his expertise towards forensic accounting, leveraging his first-hand knowledge of financial fraud to help combat white-collar crime. He's a criminally convicted felon. He's okay. I just His unique perspective and technical expertise have made him an expert advisor to various clients, including government agencies. This looks like someone who's trying to commit fraud, who's trying to pose as someone who they're not. This is who they sound like. Where are his qualifications? Why can't I see his qualifications? Which university is he from? Where did he get his certification for the public accountant from? Why can't I see all that? Hey, Keon in the chat. Hi, Keon. I'm just saying, where is it? Why can't I see his certifications and his what do you say, his degrees or anything? Nothing. And he has been convicted. He has got a criminal conviction on him. Like, Steve, please check your sources, you fucking Goomba, before you wreck yourself. Like, I'm doing your job for you. Holy shit. He's a former fraud perpetrator. He was convicted, criminally convicted for fraud. Like, the thing is that this burden still remains on Steve. The burden still remains on Steve to prove whatever the fuck he's claiming. Just because someone wrote a blog about it doesn't mean that they're right too. You know, we can talk about their credibility, whether they're credible or not. You know, I don't trust them because I don't see where they got their accounting license from, or, you know, their certification, when they got it, when it expired, or anything like that. And also, You know, he says that, in the bio. He doesn't directly name his clients. He doesn't do that. So that, like, it says government agencies, law enforcement, law firms, independent investment, hedge funds, and public. Not even one is listed. Which one? So if someone wants to get a reference for him, they can't go and check. Various clients. It says clients. Okay, let me just click on it and see if that's it. Okay, that's what he's saying. Hosting organizations for speaking appearances, federal government and related professional organizations. He's just listed everything. So he works for all of them? I don't think so. These are just like alphabetically listed organizations. That's it. The fact remains, it's still on Steve. So yeah.
She's guilty. She's guilty as...
This is actually defamation. What happens, Steve, if she's not found guilty and she, like, charges you for defamation? I just wonder. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Sin. And here's a fun
what
fact.
happened?
I have not seen a single solitary person show me how she's innocent.
Steve, that's not how it works. You're shifting the burden of proof. And you're cherry picking. You made the accusation. You provide the proof for it. And what happened to about innocent until proven guilty, according to your own U.S. Constitution? Like, I thought you knew that's not how it works. You're making an extraordinary claim. You need to provide evidence for it. Yeah, Chesh. We were told by Gilly Aaron. They said they told us that the guy was, like, acquitted. Lol, maybe Steve should join the legal team. He's got it all figured out, right?
Nothing exculpatory. We can go over her leases. We can go over...
Go for it. Do it. Do it. This guy said that he's gonna sit and talk with a lawyer, not live, but in private, and then talk about the topic of, like, Trump getting a second presidency. Or, like, a third presidency, sorry. Right? The technicalities of it. He could become a vice president or something like that. Yeah? Never did anything on that. I wonder why. Do it, Steve. Go over the leases. Let's see what you got. I'll watch it. Go for it. I'll watch it. You don't have the guts to do it. You're lazy. You're a fucking lazy bum. You don't have the brain power to do it. You're just making claims here, sitting here. Yeah, we can do it. You're not gonna do it. We know that.
Over her documents.
You're full of
I
shit.
have them. They're all public.
Oh yeah, guys, go and look for yourself. They're public, so I don't have to do the work. And prove my own extraordinary claims. I shouldn't have to do that. It's already there. Go for it.
Show me how she didn't commit mortgage
That's not how it works. Moving on.
fraud. But nobody's done this.
They don't have to, because you have to first, prove your claims. You can't prove a negative, Steve. Fucking baka.
No news has done this. What they say is, oh, she's being targeted. Bullshit. Or,
oh yeah, Trump was targeted, but she's not targeted. Got it.
she's black. What does that got to do with anything?
Why did he need to bring that up? I wonder.
Matter of fact, it's not even working for her very well, because she went to she went to her arraignment and she came out and she started talking, and most people were booing her. Most people were telling her she's lying.
Where? Please show. Again, citation needed. Show us. Oh my god.
And you can tell she's lying. I have been watching...
Oh, you can tell she's lying. Not that she's lying. Oh, you can tell she's lying. Now he's changed the narrative. I see.
so many videos over the last couple of years on body language. And
oh, he's a body language expert now. Hey, Jack, analysis. Maybe do a body language analysis of this whole thing for us. Ad populum fallacy. Yeah. What? So what if everybody's booing her? People boo Trump also. So by logic.
And how to read deception, because people know Steve derangement syndrome existed before Trump derangement syndrome did. Brandon, you've been around. You know that there was Steve derangement syndrome. It was a thing. I had thousands of videos made about me. Bizarre shit.
Don't compare that. You had good people around you who had good brains on their shoulders and head on their shoulders.
But I had people that were lying, and I could pick up they were lying, and I could tell people they were lying.
Oh, really? Like who?
And I told people were
You couldn't even figure out that Kyle was lying to you. Fuck off.
lying, and people didn't believe me. But I was right.
About what? Please. Please tell us.
But I was right. Proven right.
About what?
And I think that was what happened with Trump. Trump knew these people were lying, and he sought to prove that they were lying. And he became president again to get back into office to make these documents public, which is exactly what he did. In fact, the last official act that Trump did when he left the presidency in 2020 was he declassified Crossfire Hurricane. That showed that the Obama administration absolutely and categorically made false intelligence reports to try to say that Trump was that Trump was colluding with Russia, when we know that didn't happen. It was a coup. It was a coup d'etat. It was sedition. It was treason. No time in American history has an outgoing president ever sabotaged an incumbent president.
Okay, so let's go with it, right? Just because Trump declassified some documents doesn't mean that they are proof of like some treason. That's not how it works. All right? That's not how it works. That's non sequitur, and that's loaded language. Declassification is not a proof of treason. The rhetoric substitutes for evidence over here. That's what he's trying to do, right? And also, even after the release, there were no official finding of Obama committing coup. Durham did not allege any treason. Again, I will repeat, it criticized the procedures. Fallacy is non sequitur. Just because documents exist, it means treason. That's not how it is. All right, moving on. Hopefully, we can finish this on time today. Let's see.
The way that Obama sabotaged Trump. No time in history.
There's no proof for it. Again, citation needed. Citation needed. He should know what a non sequitur is, but I doubt he remembers, or he remembers how it's implemented, or what's the practicality of it, how it's applicable. Yeah, Obama.
Somebody said, Lenny said, legal evil covered it fully. Legal evil is an absolute partisan hack. Everything I've ever seen Legal Eagle put out is crap.
For example,
I watch a lot of lawyers. A lot of legal stuff on this stuff.
Yeah, you went after uncivil law because he didn't agree that your case against Katie Joy was strong. You fucking had a meltdown because of that.
And everything he puts out is antithetical to what the lawyers that I watch put out and what I read in the documents. He cherry picks.
And you weren't cherry picking? Huh? You were cherry picking. Again, projection. Right? The Letitia James, the whole thing, right? That's cherry picking. Like, what are you talking about? You have done several times you have committed cherry picking. In the last stream that we covered, in this stream we covered. And again, this is ad hominem and circumstantial. That's what the fallacy is. Attacking circumstances, motives rather than the arguments. He doesn't present even one thing from legal eagle. It's possible, yes, that legal eagle got stuff wrong, or that, you could question his motives because of some of the arguments he might have made. But Steve doesn't demonstrate that. He shows nothing. He just says, trust me, bro. That's all he has.
He absolutely cherry picks. Did Legal Eagle say that Letitia James didn't commit mortgage fraud? I don't know if I watched that one yet, but everything I have put out, everything
I didn't watch that one, but I watched everything else. Yeah, Steve, definitely.
I've seen from Legal Eagle is absolute.
Yeah, this is Dunning-Kruger in full effect, yeah.
Absolute crap. So I wouldn't trust anything that Legal Eagle puts out.
I don't think so. You should trust yourself, Steve.
He's probably the worst lawyer I've seen on YouTube.
Opinion, ad hominem, circumstantial. Moving on.
If you want some good ones, watch.
Go on.
Let me look up his name here.
Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna go for.
I'll look. I'll give you some names.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even remember the names of the lawyers he wants to, like YouTube lawyers he wants to recommend his audiences.
Later, because I don't remember their.
He forgot like who David Silverman was.
I don't remember his view on that, because legal documents to show why she didn't commit fraud. Because I would love to see.
That's not how it works. You need to first show documents that she did commit fraud. Show us the convictions. Are there any court convictions? Any judgments against her?
His view on that, because
that's not how it works. I thought, Steve, after like filing so many defamation cases, or fighting against Kyle, for the Non Sequitur Show channel, you would have at least some knowledge of how it works. Oh my God.
Absolutely, she committed fraud. When you sign that for a principal, okay, so
yeah, Intrigue Felina is right. That is why they got trusted within the community with regards to legal stuff.
She signed for.
Yes, Smitty is right. I can't think of one channel on the top of his head. I came up with immediately Uncivil Law, where Steve had a fucking meltdown because Uncivil Law was like, yeah, your case is not that great against Katie Joy.
2 mortgages. One as a.
He's now on a fucking loop. He's just going. Why? Because he knows that he doesn't have shit. Nothing.
Residency. You cannot. So yeah, I don't think I've watched that crap.
Okay, whatever.
He even
Cat got his tongue.
I can't see with my context.
Oh my God. Even the sun is not on his face now. Now he still can't see his fucking screen.
He even something that only one dog.
He even something.
There's been multiple. She falsely won.
Okay.
4 did explain instead of a 5 in the.
Okay, whatever.
You against it. In fact, if illegal.
That's for her lawyers who represent her in the court to argue. Not for you, nor for legal eagle either. It's for her lawyers to argue in court. Until then, she is innocent until proven guilty. Unlike Trump, who is a convicted felon. Just saying.
Really wanted to.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, yeah?
Dive into this stuff.
Yeah, I don't like legal eagle either. Like he's sus ass for me too. But I can talk about this later. That's not what this whole stream is about, right? If I have to make that point, I will bring up my proof or my evidence for it, and whatever I want to present as evidence, or to justify why I have that opinion of him. But that's not But that's not what he's doing. That's not what Steve is doing here. Meanwhile, Trump is the epitome of real estate and tax fraud. Exactly, Letter Lumo. There's so much projection going on here. My God.
He would go to Sam's page and go over white collar fraud and show how he messed up, because Sam is up.
Then demonstrate it to us. Demonstrate how. How did he do it? Show us.
Absolutely 100% convinced she broke the law. Fraud invest.
Being convinced and to prove in the court of law that someone committed fraud are 2 different things. Now you're saying he's convinced that she committed fraud. Before you said, oh, he laid it out that she committed fraud. Which is it? Because being convinced is very, very different from actually proving that she committed fraud. That kind of tells me that person is trying to give their own opinion according to the understanding, how they understand stuff. And I don't trust it because I don't see any qualifications on their page, on their bio page. So, yeah.
Investigator. And you have Legal Eagle, who's a partisan hack, who has Trump
Again, ad hominem.
derangements.
Okay.
Who do you been showing that also going to be the lawyers that have who do you think I'm going to believe? I'm going to believe Sam, and I'm also going to be the lawyers that have
Why would you believe Sam?
been showing that.
Please justify. Why would you believe Sam? I would like to know. You ever asking other people in your live chat to justify what they believe? That should go both ways, right? Justify why would you want to believe Sam?
Letitia James has in fact committed fraud.
Which lawyers are you talking about?
But anyways, it's starting to get real hot here because I turned the AC off.
No, it's not getting hot. You're angry, you're worked up, and you're realizing that you're full of shit. So yeah, that's why you're feeling the heat rise up for you. Oh hi, we're at the end. Dead Red Eye. You just came right at the end. Almost done. 3.5 hours. Not bad, guys. Not bad. Almost done.
And I'm starting to sweat, if you can see it. Plus, I'm drinking my coffee. So I'm going to probably call it quits.
Yeah, fuck off.
It's been
You're full of shit.
about 90 minutes, I think, hasn't it? Give or take. So I'm going to wrap it up, guys. I do appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to go get some pizza because I'm really freaking hungry. But leave me comments, and I'll try to get 2 of them.
Yeah, according to Aaron, lying makes you hungry.
But again, if your comments are just going to be Trump bad man, I don't bother.
Like Steve, debunk me. Respond to my stream, but I know you are a coward, so you won't. So.
I mean, don't. And if you can start talking about white nationalism, I'm just going to probably
You're welcome.
block you because I think that's obscene. And I'll leave
Oh yeah, careful. SWAT might be in that pizza.
you with this. So the Democrat who's running for one of the Senate positions, he has a Nazi tattoo. He has a 33
What?
Panzer Division Nazi tattoo, and he got it redone as a heart. But he also said that he's a communist, right? He's like,
Okay, so by the looks of it, someone changed. Even if you think that was a Nazi tattoo and they got it converted into a heart, by the sounds of it, they realized that it was not good and they changed it. Right? Number one. Number two, who are you talking about, dude? Who are you talking about? I know who he's talking about, but he's not naming that person. So the person they're talking about is Pete Hegseth, right? It was a Jerusalem cross. And the media falsely, identified it as a Nazi symbol. That's who Steve is talking about. Viral tattoo callouts are a whack-a-mole and can be misidentified. That's what happened here. The media misidentified. I would say I will give them charity and say they misidentified. Not that they falsely called Pete Hegseth's Jerusalem cross a Nazi symbol. But again, without any names, dates, or links, it's unverifiable and too quoque. That's what it is. Oh, you want to go over the comments in the live chat or in the comment section itself?
oh yeah, I got a Nazi tattoo and I'm a communist, but I don't really believe that, and I'm gonna put it.
Again, it's again, he's indulging in whataboutism and false equivalence, right?
As a heart instead. Now look, I understand that people change positions. I get this.
Okay, and see,
But
that's what I said. They may have changed their position.
it's so funny because they thought that Pete Hegseth had a
Oh yeah, so now he's telling us who it is.
Nazi tattoo when it's actually the Jerusalem cross that he had.
So okay, we still don't know who he's talking about. It's not Pete Hegseth that they had a Jerusalem cross, yeah. So it's what he's doing is he's doing false equivalence here. That's what he's committing. He's doing tattoo comparisons, Someone who someone who we don't know. They had a Nazi tattoo. Someone a Democrat, and they changed it to a heart tattoo, right? We don't know who he's talking about. He's just equating two unlike things and deflecting by pointing to others people's faults. That's what he's trying to do. Whataboutism. Oh, is it Graham Plattner, is it? Okay, give me a second. Give me 1 second. Let's have a look. Since you said, I'm gonna look into it now, so hang in there with me. Chesh Trump saying, I'm the good person with an upward inflection that one time. mm, okay, yeah. So apparently it says that he got it when he was younger and he didn't realize what was the meaning of the symbol, which is possible. But and again, as Steve said himself, that people can change their views. But and then he's trying to just make false equivalence, like false comparisons here, like and indulging in whataboutism. I don't know what the fuck his end goal is to say that, like to go for, right?
A Jerusalem Christian cross that has nothing to do with Nazism. And they're like, oh, look, he has a Nazi tattoo.
So now he's just trying to go, look, I'm the good guy. I recognize Nazi, I recognize unfairness, or unfair, what do you say, prosecution when I see that. He's trying to end on a good note that I'm the good guy thing after ranting for so long with so much stupid bullshit.
Tattoo. So Pete Hegseth, right, Secretary of War, they bullshitted and said that he has a Nazi tattoo when he doesn't. And this other guy who does have a Nazi tattoo, they're like, oh, well, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, the hypocrisy.
No one is saying that. Please show us a citation where someone said, oh, it doesn't mean anything. The guy himself said, like, okay, I got it and I didn't know what it meant. Yeah, you could question that, obviously, but I don't know where someone is saying it doesn't mean anything. And what was the context if they said that? In what context did they say that it doesn't mean anything? It's like, please, child, fuck off, child. God dang it.
Okay. Is staggering. It's just utterly staggering. So, anyways, I'm going to wrap this up. Like I said, liberalism is destroying America. That's my position.
My position is that Steve tries to, present all the extreme talking points as moderate talking points. That's what my position is. After watching all this,
you got a comment? Leave it in the comment section. I'm going to try to do this once a week on Fridays and Saturdays. I'm going to try streaming. I still got to get a collab and stream on the Non Sequitur Show channel every so often as well. So if you guys know any liberal or conservative that wants to come in and challenge.
Yeah, I can come in, Steve, if you want to. I can come in and challenge you.
Me on these positions or just talk about them. Let me know, because I cannot find a single solitary liberal that wants to go live and talk about this stuff.
You want to talk with me, Steve? Let's talk.
Not one person is willing to do it. And the only ones that I saw that maybe are willing, I'm not going to do it with them because all they have
is... okay. So people are willing to do it. You are the ones rejecting them. Okay, gotcha. So he's already setting up the stage, right? He's going to filter out people based on some criteria we don't know. Right?
Invective. All they have is severe Trump derangement syndrome, and all they do.
So he's already setting up the stage of like, oh yeah, I'm not getting in debates with these people because they have Trump derangement syndrome. We don't know what that is. He doesn't define that. Blah 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 blah. He's already poisoning the well. He's demonizing the person who might come in. That's what he's trying, or might offer, like me, to debate him. So yeah, Steve, we can see right through you. Just stop pretending that you want to have a dialogue, all right?
Want to do is bash on Trump, and that's just something that I'm not interested in. So, anyways, guys, thanks for watching. We'll see you later, and I am out.
So if they didn't, wouldn't that make good content? Chesh, no more debates. Tomorrow I'm opening up for debates. Nobody can debate me. Everyone is scared to debate me. I don't want to debate anyone anymore. He can't seem to decide, right? So Intrigue said to have a look at comments. All right, let's have a look. Me and my son 99.99% agree of the time politically. We just disagree who the fascists are. I think the one who's shooting others for their speech is the fascist, and he keeps wanting to bring up January 6th. That is their only argument for Trump for being fascist. I love my son, and I will never disown him, and hopefully others won't convince him to disown me. Okay. Manya, play the clip. You sent me a clip, is it? Okay, give me a sec. What did you send me? Okay, give me a sec. Wow, I thought the title was a jest. Steve McRae of all people is a full-blown MAGA apologist now. Sad. Steve, apologist? No. Factualist? Yes. What? He presented nothing on screen, but he's a factualist, guys. And full-on able to discuss these topics. Are you able to? I don't think so, Steve. You're able to discuss these topics. Okay, let me just see what do you have for me?
Say it.
Is there anything that the Prime Minister has done that's making it more difficult?
No, I think he's.
Look at his face, his reaction to that insane question. What jobs, man? I don't know what he's talking about.
Great Prime Minister. I mean, he could represent me anytime. I will tell you, I'm not saying that because he's. No, he is a very strong, very good leader. He's a nice man, but he can be nasty. He can be very nasty. Maybe
he just winked. He can be nasty. Wink.
as nasty as anybody. How? I think Canada. Let me put it this way. I can tell you this because I deal with lots of leaders all over the world.
Let Canada educate you on the difference between nice and polite.
He is a world-class leader. He's a man that knows what he wants, and I'm not surprised to see that he won the election and won it substantially, and I would think he's more popular now. He's a good man. He does a great job, and he's a tough negotiator.
So then what's
Chaos!
What a clown show.
What's holding things up? If he's a great man and you want to do a deal with Canada, why aren't you?
Because I want.
Look at his face. He's such
He's like,
a fucking
answer
goblin.
the question,
He's
bitch.
just like, yeah, Donnie. What's holding this up? You want to answer that one, bud?
Be a great man too.
What? 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 What the fuck? Oh my god. So Donald Trump, first off, just admitted he's not a good person or a good man. Because he wants to be a great man. And Carney is basically everything he wants to be. A shrewd negotiator, a good negotiator, and a strong leader for his country. So, fucking Donald, look at his fucking goofy-ass frog face.
Oh my god, yeah.
Fucking, holy shit, dude. So Donald just admitted that he is not those things.
No.
Unbelievable. How come this part didn't get clipped and sent fucking everywhere?
I don't know.
This needs to be clipped. Holy shit. Because I want to be a great man too.
That's Trump for you. He just makes these, like, faux pas admissions, doesn't he? Ugh. Alright, going back to the comments. Calling one of America's two major parties, quote, pro-criminal, unquote, or quote, pro-terrorism, unquote, turns policy debates into fiction rather than discussion. The reality is that disagreements over social spending or border control are just politics, not a coordinated pro-Marxist plot for national takeover. Teehee. Wait. How do you want to dance with that one, Steve? Great men don't rape people, yeah? Yeah. So Steve is saying, so yeah, so Trump himself is saying that he's not a great guy. He wants to be one, but he's not. Yeah. So Steve says it's the truth. Hakeem Jeffrey just literally just officially endorsed us literally socialist, Marxist, and communist for NY mayor. Oh my God. Yeah. God's auditor from the live chat. What the fuck? I swear to Christ, Steve used to know the difference between socialism, communism, and Marxism. Now he's saying they're equivalent, right? Once upon a time. Yeah, Chesh. So the Democrats are the one who traveled to El Salvador to have drinks with known MS-13 terrorists. Oh my God. They're corrupt and they're officially no longer even a viable party. The Democratic Party has no moderate nor centrist voices. They have been hijacked by the far left radical lunatics. What the fuck? Huh? What? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. And then this person comes back, have you even said thank you once? Zooming out on those claims, an endorsement of a NYC progressive who won a primary is a move for party unity, not proof of a national Marxist takeover. More importantly, the MS-13 meeting in El Salvador was a trip by Democrats to advocate for a man who was wrongfully deported by the Trump admin, not a friendly social call with a known terrorist. That's policy advocacy, not an endorsement of crime. You're confusing political opposition with far left radical lunatic plot. What the fuck is he going on? Steve is going on about. Then Steve is like, Democrat supports an MS-13 gang member who had millions in donations and had better legal defense than 99.99% of Americans could ever hope to have. He's still getting deported to Africa. He's still a gang member. He still is a human trafficker who beat his wife and solicited underage nudes from those he trafficked. Where the fuck is this coming from? What? He's just repeating conspiracy theories. Huh? What the fuck? So he's just following a classic moral panic script here, right? He's asserting moral certainty, you know, that oh yeah, it's the truth, and then he inflates the opponent's label, like, Marxist, communist, and then he invents criminal association, and then he declares a collapse, and then claims inevitability, like no longer a viable party kind of shit. Like, it's like ideological projection, simple as that. And then he doubles down on it, but he has no proof for it, right? And then here is someone else. 51. Your understanding of trade has some gaps in it. It's not only American people who buy from China, but also American businesses who use imported materials as input to domestically manufacture products, thereby making those American products more expensive. Also, even if we bring manufacturing back by any significant amounts to the US, highly doubt that will likely take years and Americans suffer in the time frame. We actually lost tens and thousands in manufacturing jobs in recent months. How do you reconcile the right-wing rhetoric with reality? Steve, doubling down, just repeating what he said before. We are bringing manufacturing back. We are making things domestically again. Plants are reopening. These companies say they're investing more in US manufacturing as tariffs go into effect. That doesn't mean that the plants are reopening, Steve. And you're not answering this question. It will take for manufacturing to come, like, to take some time to like restart in America. What are you gonna do till then, right? So what does this article say? These companies say they're investing more in U.S. manufacturing as tariffs come into effect. These announcements, and manufacturing doesn't mean that they're necessarily building more manufacturing facilities. That's not what it means necessarily. Pursuit of manufacturing for making such a shift would require committing hundreds of millions or even billions. Okay. Mm. So it's talking about what might happen. The broadest, okay, here we go. The broader statistical evidence points to negative net employment effects of tariffs Analysts with investment banks said in April 13 report, while the range of estimates is wide, academic studies generally find that a 10% point increase in tariff rates raises employment in protected industry by 0.2 to 0.4%, but that each 1 percentage point increases in tariff-driven costs lowers employment by 0.3 to 0.6%. So it's not that easy, Steve. Just because tariffs are high doesn't mean that your employment will go up, because what do you say? And that's only for protected industries. That's not for all the industries. What the fuck? Like, huh? Nani? So they come back and say that CBS quote is a classic example of cherry picking good news to mask a larger trend. Exactly. While a few companies might reshore production due to tariffs, the overall data shows a much more complicated picture. We saw that. We saw that here. Here it is. Right? It's complicated. Right? Um, we are still losing manufacturing jobs, and American consumers and businesses are absolutely the ones absorbing most of the tariff costs right now. It's a short-term penalty for a hypothetical long-term gain, and the reality is that major supply chain shifts takes years, not months, and Steve doesn't come back with anything, right? So the and also what the article is doing, it's making a caveat over here, right? The article makes a caveat that many economists remain skeptical that tariffs alone will drive large-scale reshoring or manufacturing job growth. We saw this here, right? Stupid. I haven't seen one liberal explain this to me, right? So, here we go. Where is capitalism enshrined in our constitution? What definition of fascism are you using? Good questions. Which Democrats support terrorists? Do you really think that hijacking the party means everyone matches their ideals? So if the party includes any non-white Christians, that means it hasn't been hijacked. So no one has ever been compromised for power. Got it. Um, Steve says something, I don't know. Article 2, Section 3 says what? Oh my god, you don't even know about Strom Thurmond? You're not serious. You have done nothing to examine your own biases and misgivings. Exactly. You're using the red herrings to sidestep legitimate criticism, which you admit you are aware of. You said you could make the good arguments, but you won't. People are not stupid, Steve. Start treating people who come to your videos or live streams as stupid. They can see right through you. That's the serious breach of integrity. Then this person comes back again. You raise some great points that channel McRae's rhetoric. The fact is he uses charged labels like fascism and Marxism purely as insults without bothering to engage with their actual definitions or the historical context you bring up. Like the Strom Thurmond realignment, when he claims he could make the good arguments but won't, that just proves he's more interested in political venting than intellectual honesty. Don't treat your viewers as stupid, Steve. They can see right through you. Article 2, Section 3, and taking care of the laws are faithfully executed. These are not points. They are irrelevant to anything I said. Atheist Edge, exactly. Steve is avoiding the steelman approach, where you address the opponent's strongest possible argument and instead uses the cherry picking they mentioned to focus only on weak or misleading examples, claiming you have a better argument but refusing to use it just shows he's not arguing for the truth. He's arguing for the win and protecting his narrative. Oh god. Correction, people are stupid. They're not just as stupid as Steve. Okay, I see. Yeah, sure. And then this person comes back again, citing the take care clause doesn't magically transform policy differences into pro-Marxist plot, and claiming that constitutional history, like Strom Thurmond, or actual legal definitions are irrelevant is just a clear sign that you're unwilling to defend your own baseless rhetoric with facts. Calling established constitutional history and factual definitions irrelevant is just how you avoid defending your own extreme rhetoric. If your claims about Marxism and fascism are real, you should be able to define them and explain why people like Strom Thurmond, a key figure in party realignment, are irrelevant to your narrative. Venting is not discussing. Exactly. Very well said. And then finally, can I bring that up? Hold on. Let me see if I can do that. Here we go. There we go. What has become of your content saddens me. That's Crackatum. I'll hope you find peace at first with you again. I don't know how your open mind narrowed the day nonsec was gone for good. Ooh, burn. Steve, I'm great. Lol. Why would I not be at peace? I love it, America. Don't you? Again, this is ad hominem attack, saying anyone who opposes him or criticizes him, they're not patriotic or they're anti-American automatically. So, you just tagged me. What did you tag me with? Guys, it's been almost 4 hours. Give me something. Give me a break. I need to go. Alright, memes. What do you have for memes? The face you make when you can't hold it anymore. Alright, let me bring this up. Oh my god. Oh god. Let's see. Shh. Okay. Alright, here we go. Let me just resize it. Okay, what does it say? Donald Trump is a PDF file. Where's the proof? I pinned a Google document at the top of this page. But where is proof? Sai, here is the direct link. Fapping. Oh my god. Ah, Athens! Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Baka. Jesus Christ, Jeebus. This was like a psychotic answer to that. Yeah, it's psychotic. Like, what are you gay? Smitty from the live chat. Lol. Yeah, it's so stupid. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. Why is he so stupid? Like, oh my god. Alright, we finally made it. We finished it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So yeah, Steve, try better. I guess try doing better. Like, so sad. Like, what you have become. Like, but next time you do another live stream, I'll be here to, like, smack you down, I guess. Anyone have any comments to say before I fucking, fuck off and try and get some sleep? Before our Dumpfire Friday, I need to get some links for Chesh also. She's gonna kill me or else. Yeah, we're free until next time. um, but yeah, thanks everyone for coming. I really, really appreciate it. And so God's auditor from the live chat. Either he's completely changed as a person or he's pulling a Candace Owens. Possible. Smitty from the live chat. Steve, stop fucking up, if I might dare say. Jessica Johnson. Steve did the political equivalent of what bred Keane to religion. Smitty. Chesh, no more pencils, no more books, no more teachers, dirty looks. Sovnil, it's the YouTube edgelord to the right-wing pipeline. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, until next time, I guess. Thanks everyone for coming, and um, you have been awesome. Please do this again. Yeah, sure. I'll try, and I will try not to pass out with exhaustion. But I enjoy this. Honestly, I do enjoy this. So that's why I'm continuing to do this. So every time he goes live, either on the Non-Sector Show channel or on his own Steve McRae channel, and even if he makes a stupid Twitter thread, I might do a stream, right? So watch this channel for more. Thanks everyone for coming, and I appreciate you guys. And until the Dumpfake Friday tonight, yep, Chesh is right there on the money. Who pronounced? I did? Oh, okay. I think so that was a fluke because I get so many like words wrong. Ask guys about oesophagus. But I'm glad I got it right. All right, cool. Thanks everyone for coming, and yeah, have a lovely day until the Dumb Fact Friday in a few hours. I think so. It's in what, 9 hours? Something, something, something. Yeah. Alrighty. Autumn Meep. Have a nice day, everyone, and I love your Smackdowns of Steve. I love me Smackdowns of Steve too. Bye.
Oh? See, that would be intimidating if you were, well, intimidating.
Are you mocking me?
Oh no, 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 no. Yeah.